hope to take the stand and plead the fifth. They'd rather him do it beforehand,
Yes.
not before the jury. So I thought it would be a good idea for the court to make a ruling on that. If the court rules that he would not be able to be viewed by the jury, then there's no reason for sheriff's department to have to hustle around and try to bring him back from another county. So if we could get a ruling on that this morning, then that would save them from having to work on doing that.
Go, Rich. Still in the restroom. Jury's still in the restroom, so stand down for a minute. How many witnesses do you anticipate today?
Well, we anticipated more yesterday than we got to, but I believe 4. We have the 2 investigators who took statements from the defendant, and each of those interviews is, the first one is I think an hour and a half, and the second one I think is 2 hours, so that should take most of the day.
Any issues with, I'm assuming y'all talked about any content that might need to be redacted?
Mayor,
You have talked or there is none?
we have to talk.
And we don't believe there is any.
I'll talk to Mr. Barry and
Okay.
we'll confirm that, but, yeah. Still have investigators that, especially to Warren, Black, other than what
Yeah, yeah. Two. Yeah. Tomorrow and two.
Unless Smith gets kicked in.
So Jane will be tomorrow.
No, she'll be all right.
Jane will be at the court one today. You guys are keeping me busy today. This isn't fair. I think Jane has class.
I thought Jimmy had Jim.
I tried.
Smith may get kicked in tomorrow. Just 'cause of that.
Yeah, and if y'all decide, we'll probably check the rate until Jimmy testifies.
Kind of depends on Jane.
Yeah.
Right. Because
So if you have y'all
We're ready, sir.
All right, y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring it in. Right back to witnesses, they can call its first witness of the day.
The state calls George Clapham. You can raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
I'm George Clackham. Last name is Clackum.
And what do you do, Mr. Clackham?
I'm a senior project manager for Kevin Price Construction.
And you said, so you work for Kevin Price Construction. What does a senior project manager do?
He manages mostly the administration side, but some field work as well of construction projects.
Okay. And how many projects are you working on at one time?
Somewhere between 2 and 3 usually.
Back around May of 2024, did Colin Gray start working for Kevin Price Construction as well?
Yes, he did.
And what position did he hold?
He was a superintendent for us.
And what exactly is a superintendent?
They kind of manage the subcontractors and the day-to-day operations of the project itself.
So whereas you're working on kind of overseeing several projects on the administrative side, the superintendent will be solely working on one project generally?
Most of the time, unless the project's finishing up or just starting, then there may be some overlap.
Okay. And did you work with Colin Gray?
I did.
In what capacity?
He was the superintendent on projects that I was managing as a construction manager.
How much interaction did y'all have?
We usually had every day we'd have some interaction, sometimes all day long, and sometimes just, a few times a day.
And what was his general work schedule?
He usually worked either from 7 to 3:30 or 7:30 to 4. But a lot of times they would work later than that in the day.
Okay. And would you be there on a daily basis knowing what time he left or didn't leave?
I would not.
If Mr. Gray had a child care issue or emergency, would he have been able to leave work early or miss work?
Yes, as long as, he lets people know what was going on.
And how would he have gone about doing that? Who would he have contacted?
A few times he, texted me and said, told me something was going on, or he would call the president or the vice president of the company.
Was his job flexible in that way, and that if he did need to leave, he could?
Yes.
And you indicated that he did from time to time take advantage of that flexibility?
Yes, there's a few times over the.
I'm going to draw your attention to September 4th. What project was Colin Gray working on at that time?
He was on, at that time, he was on Forsyth County fire stations.
Okay.
There was 2 different fire stations up there.
And are they in the same area?
They're about 30 minutes apart.
And then Forsyth County, what city is that?
Coming.
Was he present at the work site on September 4th?
Yes.
And that morning, where were you located?
I was actually I'd gone by the fire station in Rockdale County that we just finished, just to check on some things there. and then I was on my way to the office, but never got to the office.
And where's your office located?
It's in Athens,
Was anyone being fired that day or anything like that?
not that I'm aware of.
And at some point that morning, did you receive a call from Colin Gray?
I did.
Okay. And you indicated that you never got to the Athens office. Was that on your way to Athens?
Right.
What, do you remember around what time it was?
It was morning, probably somewhere around 9 or 10, I'm guessing,
Okay.
but that's just a guess.
And what did he say in that phone call?
He said that the school had called and his son had broken his arm and he needed to go to get him.
So he told you that he needed to go pick up his son because his son had broken his arm?
Yes.
Did he indicate which son had broken his arm?
I don't remember the indicated which son.
What was his demeanor like, or how did he sound when he said his son had broken his arm?
Just matter of fact, no, not really emotional in any kind of way.
And the phone call was, I know you said around 9 or 10, but from the phone records it was around 11:15. At that time, had you heard yet about the Apalachee school shooting?
I had been listening to the radio earlier in the morning and I heard there was a shooter, but didn't pay attention to where the school, what school it was or anything associated with it.
So at that point, did you know that it was at the school that Colin Gray's son went to?
I did not.
Later that day or early the next morning, were you forwarded an email from Mr. Gray?
Yes, I was.
Who forwarded it to you?
My boss, Kevin Price.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 181.
Can I see that real fast?
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's an email that Coley had sent to Kevin concerning something he had to do the next morning.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate copy of the email that Coley or the defendant sent to Kevin Price and then that Kevin Price then forwarded to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 181.
No objection.
181's good.
We're going to go ahead and publish it for the jury. So this email was sent on September 4th at 10:47 p.m. And can you read what Colin Gray wrote in that email?
I'm sorry for the late email tonight. My son had an issue today at school. I have to meet with his school in the morning. I will give you after I meet his teachers and counselors. I will get with George in the morning as well as Andrew and give him a rundown on who is coming to the job. Thank you both for everything. Again, sorry to reach out so late, Coley.
Thank you, Mr. Clacken. Nothing further.
Cross.
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go. State calls next witness.
The state calls Kelsey Ward.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I swear.
And can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I am Kelsey Ward, and I am an agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what region of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation do you work at?
I work at the Athens Regional Field Office, which is Region 11.
What, I guess is Bexar County one of the counties that Region 11 covers?
It is.
Okay. And is that one of the counties that you're assigned to work with?
It is.
Okay. How long have you worked for the GBI?
I have worked for the GBI approximately 5 years.
What do your duties at Region 11 entail?
So we are a request-only law enforcement entity, which means local agencies reach out to us and ask us for assistance, and we assist them with their investigations.
In your capacity as a special agent for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, did you respond to the Apalachee High shooting on September 4th?
I did.
Where did you first go when responding to the shooting?
I entered the school at the base of G and I Hall, if I remember correctly, which is over near the guidance counselor's offices.
And what did you do there?
I met with Special Agent Nick Johnson, who was at the end of one of the halls, and we began to do a secondary clearing of the school. And when I realized there were plenty of law enforcement personnel doing that, I went to the atrium to assist with organizing that clearing with one of the Bexar County investigators.
Okay. After you completed that task of organizing the clearing and finishing the clearing, where did you go next?
I was asked to travel to Colt and Colin Gray's residence in Barrow County.
And where is that?
It's located at 896 Harrison Mill Road in Bethlehem, Georgia.
And is that in Bexar County?
It is.
What were you assigned to do there?
I was asked to conduct an interview with Colin Gray, which is Colt Gray's father.
Approximately what time did you arrive there?
I arrived there at approximately 1:25 p.m.
And what was the defendant there when you arrived?
He was.
Did you ask to speak with him?
I did.
And did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Where did you first encounter him?
He was sitting on the tailgate of his truck in the driveway outside of the garage area.
And what was his demeanor like when you first encountered him?
He was calm. He was sitting on the edge of the tailgate, just looking around the yard.
And were you wearing body camera that day?
No, so the GBI doesn't use body cameras, but I was using my digital recorder.
Okay. And in that first interaction that you had with the defendant where you walked up to him on the bed of his truck, have you had an opportunity to review any body camera that did catch that initial interaction?
Yes, I have.
And whose body camera was that?
That was a Barrow County Sheriff's Officer deputy named Anthony Townsend.
Okay. And in reviewing that camera, was it a fair and accurate recording of that initial interaction that you had with the defendant?
Yes, it was.
So that interview is State Exhibit 212, and it is on our hard drive. You're all right, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 212 and play just the portion of that body camera where it catches the initial interaction between Special Agent Ward and the defendant.
No objection.
It's a limited timestamp for this particular case.
Yeah.
11 is the only thing on it.
It's the only thing that's being introduced. We're not doing the entirety of the.
personal? Why don't we do that?
Okay. Where did y'all end up going to speak with them?
I asked him right then if he would like to move to somewhere that was quieter, more private, since there were multiple law enforcement personnel on scene. And we moved to my state-issued Tahoe, which was parked in the driveway.
And who was with you?
Special Agent Amelia Maddox.
And you indicated that you had audio recorder with you. Did you record your interview with the defendant?
I did.
Approximately how long was that interview?
It was approximately an hour and a half long.
And have you had an opportunity to review that interview?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate reporting of your interview with the defendant on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, it is.
Have there been any additions or deletions?
No, there have not.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 182, which is also on the hard drive. I'm not going to play it yet. I have some more questions for her before I do that.
Is there any objection 182?
There's no objection, though we did do a motion, and so we're still maintaining our position in regards to that motion.
All prior motions, of course, preserved.
Yes, sir.
I will, all right, 182 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So before we play that, I just want to ask you a few questions about your interview. What was your initial goal in speaking with the defendant?
So we wanted to gather information about the family dynamics. We wanted to gather information about Colt himself and his background, where he had obtained the firearm that he had used during the shooting, and any information we could obtain about his mental health.
Okay. So at that time, you did not know where he had gotten the firearm?
No, we did not.
And did you have any information about what led up to the shooting?
No, I didn't at that time.
Was that important to your investigation?
Yes, it was.
And was finding out where he got the firearm important to your investigation?
Yes.
During the course of the interview, did he tell you whether or not he had custody of Colt?
Yes, he did.
And just generally, what did he say about that?
He told me during the interview that he had papers showing that he had custody of his children, and indicated that those had been compiled by DFACS.
Okay. What, if anything, did he say about Colt being violent or aggressive?
So he said over the course of his interview that over the last, I believe he used 5 to 7 months, Colt's behavior had become more aggressive and escalated, and that Colt had previously broken a window, had been involved in physical altercations with Colin. There had been 3 to 4 of those physical altercations. He used the term bull rush when describing how Colt would come at him during those altercations, and he would physically have to hold Colt or take it, is how he described his incidences with his son.
Did he talk about Colt needing mental health treatment or any attempts to get him treatment?
Yeah, he did.
And what did he say about that?
So he told me that just in the week prior to the incident occurring, he had actually, he said he had been on the phone with counselors, and he indicated that he felt that Colt needed to maybe be checked into a place, and that basically he had been doing some emailing back and forth with some mental health facilities.
And did he indicate, in terms of Colt being checked into a place, if that's something he had been working on?
Yeah, so he said that some emails had gone between him and a lady at Project Aware, but he didn't indicate that he had taken any steps to actually take him to that meeting.
And did he mention whether or not Colt specifically thought he needed help?
Yeah, so he actually made the comment that Colt had said that he felt like nothing his dad was doing for him was helpful, and that he might need to be checked into some kind of asylum.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about where Colt got the firearm used in the shooting?
So we talked about that pretty in-depthly. He stated that originally he had allowed Colt to use another weapon when they had gone hunting, and that weapon had jammed or backfired, and it had scared Colt. And so he and Colt had talked about Santa Claus, i.e. himself, Colin, purchasing Colt another firearm, which did take place, which he ended up purchasing Colt the 6-hour firearm that he used during the shooting, and that was purchased at Mike's gun room.
And approximately when did he provide that or give that firearm to Colt as a gift?
That was given over the Christmas of what would have been December of 2023.
Did the defendant tell you where the gun was kept, or whether or not Colt had access to the firearm or the rifle?
Yeah, so originally during the interview, or initially, he stated that the firearms were all kept in the top of a closet in the residence, separated from the magazines and the ammo. I believe he referred to them as clips. But then later in the interview, he stated that the 6-hour had actually been in Colt's bedroom, in the corner of the room, close to Colt's guitar, where he had been working on it. I believe he said he had been putting a laser on the firearm, and they had been sighting it in.
Did the defendant say whether or not Colt had any interest in school shooters or school shootings?
Yes. So a couple of days prior to the incident, Colin noticed some images on the wall, or an image on the wall in Colt's bedroom, and asked Colt who the individual was in the image. And at first, Colin didn't push that conversation any further, but later that night he realized the photo had been taken down, and he and Colt discussed that it was a photo of Nicholas Cruz, a previous school shooter.
Okay. And did the defendant have any follow-up questions for Colt based on that information that he told you about?
No, he didn't state that he asked Colt anything further about the images on the wall.
Did he mention having a family member in law enforcement?
He did.
And did he seem to have familiarity based on that family member with kind of what y'all's plans were with doing a search warrant, that kind of thing?
Yes, he actually said he knew exactly what we were going to be doing at the residence. We had been discussing executing a search warrant inside the home and outside of the home, and his response was he knew exactly what we were doing, that his sister had been a cop, a lieutenant actually, previously.
Did he mention whether or not he had reached out to his sister related to these issues with Colt, him having access to the firearm and him having the picture of the last school shooter on his wall?
No, he did not say that he had reached out to her about any of those things.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and play the audio recording for the jury.
And ladies and gentlemen, as I heard, this is an hour and a half, thereabouts. If you need a break during it, because this will push us beyond our normal break, just raise your hand and we'll stop.
This is Agent Ward. I am going to be attempting to interview the father of our subject, Colin Gray, at his residence, 896 Harrison Mill Road, Bethlehem. It is approximately 1:28 p.m. on Wednesday, September 4th. And Special Agent Maddox is going to be assisting me in this interview.
to do an interview with you to gather as much information as we can. Can't give you a lot of information right now. I'm very sorry about that, but because of this ongoing investigation, because this is something that cannot be disclosed to you at this time, and it's evolving. So he is in law enforcement custody at the time. So I can tell you that. Okay? As far as more details than that, I'm not going to be able to tell you more. Okay? Is this okay for us to interview here? Would you like to come sit in my Tahoe so that it's more personal? Why don't we do that? Yeah. Yeah, and we can turn the air on that way.
Next door to middle school.
Okay.
And my little baby boy is Austin Road.
Okay.
Elementary.
Have you made contact with them?
Good. My daughter started texting me this morning, said school had been locked down. I was like, oh, it can't.
Okay. If you will come sit in the front seat, I'll move my butt back. I'll just come here. Turn this on so we can air conditioning.
Got enough room.
So like I said, just kind of tell me about your family. Tell me about Colt. Kind of tell me about the dynamics at the house.
So, Colt, Jenny, and Colin Jr. We live here. Just those three and me. We originally, all my kids were born and raised in Statham. They were all born in Athens. We had a big farm in Statham a few years ago.
Sure.
And her family's all from South Georgia. So COVID all hit, like I'm hurting, I need to heal. So it was like, hey, let's take some time, we'll stay down there. Her grandmother passed away, there's a family house down there. I said, so I can heal, and nobody's doing any building because of COVID. And I said, you can get a job with Georgia Pacific, be good. So we went down there and started down that path. And I don't know, we were down there probably 6, maybe close to, I guess it was 8 to 10 months. It was close to a year. And then I started feeling better. Her and I kind of not really seeing eye to eye. She, at that time, her issue was drinking. So back then. So I said, hey, we just need to get out of this down here. The kids are kind of stuck in, like, the schools in Ben Hill County, Fitzgerald, they're good, they just don't have the money and access. So everything's like literally like days behind, it felt like. So
I used to be assigned to the Perryfield office, so
there
that
you
was
go.
actually my area, so I'm very familiar
So-
with Ben Hill. Those are my counties.
and I tell people, I'm like, the clock literally moves
Yes, it does.
10 minutes slower, but I also wanted my kids to see that way of life and see how all the different color, races of people, everybody like meshes, everybody gets together. I wanted them to see that. He had some trouble with some bullying in Jefferson a while back, and that kind of just was, I thought, you need to go down there and just see the simple way of life, and we'll just take it easy and we'll build our way back up here. I said, once construction starts, Dad will go back up there, get a job, and we'll be right back in business. So we stayed down there about as long as we could, and I've got my son-in-law, who I got a job doing what I do, full circle, called him up and said, hey, I'm healed. Is anybody hiring? He's like, everybody's looking for you. Like, call these people, they want to hire you today. I'm like, great. So had an interview that day, had the job the same day. I'm like, great, we're going back home, we're coming back up here. And the kids were all happy because this is where they know, you know. So came back up here, and she stayed down there with little one, and Colt and I just started out in Jefferson, just him and I.
And when was that?
This was probably about a year and 4 or 5 months ago, and that's kind of where the bullying with him kind of started a little bit.
Okay.
And
he was already at the high school then as well?
no, he was at Jefferson Middle School, so he was in 7th grade at that time.
Gotcha.
So talked to some people like, hey, what can we do? Went up to the school multiple times, sat down with counselors, principals, like, look, hey, Colt is real reserved. He's not he's kind of super shy in crowds. He doesn't he's just not that hell-raising kind of kid. I said, but somebody is continuing to kind of bully him at lunch. And so this went on for probably 2 or 3 months. And finally it wasn't, it would get better for a day, and then it'd be right back to the same thing. And he is a very smart kid, but once he gets off task, he's like off task. So grades are taking a beating. I'm like, look, I said, at the end of the school year, I said, even if you have to take this grade over, I said, we'll go move back over towards Statham. Everybody's familiar. Our church is here. I said, we'll come back. We'll get back in the groove. We'll get Jenny and Boo back up here, and till your mom gets stuff sorted out. All right.
And those are his sisters?
That's his sister and his little brother.
And his little brother.
So at that time, I thought it was still just her having issues with drinking, and we'd been up here for 6, 8 months, maybe, like I said, it might be that year mark. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't down there every day, but what was happening was she got mixed in with the wrong crowd. I don't know how, but I had a phone call from her mother, said, hey, look, Marcy is kind of riding on the wrong side of the road here. I'm worried about who she's with. And I'm like, do not let the kids around there. If you thinking what she's doing is drinking, it's still in my mind was drinking and driving. So what it ended up being, we find out, I get a call. Colt and I just had moved to this house, been here a couple of months. DFAX calls me at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, hello. Mm-hmm. She was like, I need you to come down here right now and pick up your 2 kids. I'm like, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. I said, okay. I said, but it's going to take me 4 hours to get there. She's like, oh man, where do you live? So we went through this whole thing. I'm like, tell me what's wrong. I said, I can hear your voice. What is happening? She said, just like this, I can't until you're face to face and you sign a piece of paper.
Like saying you're their dad.
Right. So I'm thinking, okay, she got a DUI. Okay. So I hung up the phone and I said, look, we got to go down there and get your brother and sister. And he was like, I told you, Mama doing things she shouldn't be, riding the roads all hours of the night. So him and her had a rift down there, obviously. So that was part of the reason why we were just going to let them kind of get calmed down. Yeah. And if the 2 older ones the little ones wanted to come up here, then that was fine. We're just going to try to make it to that summer, right? So we get the call, we go down there, I meet her, I'm like, okay, we're at church parking lot, 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what are we doing? What is going on? She said, just trust me. I'll tell you when we get there. She has to sign this paper and blah, blah, blah. So long story short, we get there, go in the house, and I still, I'm like, what do we do? I have no idea. She goes and gets the kids. They're all happy to see me. Junior, pole vaulted across the couch. Oh, please take me with you. I was like, okay, hang on, I got to talk to these folks. Sure. Yep. So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, okay, get to it. Well, hopefully she didn't wreck or hurt anybody or anything like that. It's like, okay. So we signed the paperwork. She said, we did a hair follicle on you, Mrs. Gray, and it came back. All this opioids, and Adderall, and I'm like, and she said, a high level alcohol, and I'm like, yep. And she goes, and the biggest thing, and I've been doing this for 25 years, and I've never seen a level this high, she goes, is the meth. And I spun around the chair, and I'm like, what did you just say? And like, she looked at me, I'm like, did you just say meth? I'm like, what? I like lost my mind for a second. I'm like, our children are down here. That's it. We're done. We're leaving. She's like, hang on. You got to sign some paperwork. I'm like, I'm leaving. She's like, hang on. She said, you have went through the whole deal. You have custody of your kids. You're in charge of who sees them and when. If she wants to see them, it's going to have to be permission only. And she was like, well, who grants permission? It was like, Mr. Gray, and it'll be visitation supervised. And I'm like, and she's going through all this, and I'm just sitting there looking at her like, we've been married for 14 years, almost 15. And I'm like, she's an engineer with a degree on the wall. Like, I have nothing. I've worked my ass off to get to where I'm going. I'm like, you know. So anyway, we get in the car and we come back up here, tell the kids, like, look, we're going to get your mom help. I can't do what I want to do. I have to show them the right thing. I wanted to snap and like, you figure it out. But I just told them, like, listen, your mom messed up, but we're not going to leave her. We're going to help her. I said, Dad just started his job back here. As soon as the insurance kicks in, we'll get her sent somewhere to get help. I said, that's what we're going to do. So we came up here, probably 3 weeks were good. Get a lieutenant guest at 2:30 in the morning beating on my door. And I'm like, yep. He's like, can you step outside? And I'm like, I can. I'm like, what's this about? And he was like, we got a call that you went to pick up your kids for fall break and you never brought them back and you won't answer the phone. And I'm like, no. I said, let me get the paperwork out of my truck. I said, here's the paperwork from DFAX. Went through that whole thing. He said, that doesn't matter. He said, I said, it does matter. I have custody. That's what this paper says. And he was we were going back and forth about, like, I'm not taking my kids back to her. Like, that's not happening. So we got that worked out. And nothing further from that. I said, if I've got to come in there and talk to somebody at the office with y'all, I'll do that. I said, but we're not. The reason they're here is because of all of this. And it's a danger to have them around her. Like, so pretty much from that point on is when Colt and his mama had a riff. And once he found out it was meth, he just was pissed.
And that was about a year ago?
The meth thing was probably about 8 months ago, 8.5, 9 months ago, because she took it to heart, and we kind of found some places, and she checked herself into an inpatient care down there, and I was going to move her up here to Athens as long as it was inpatient so she could see the kids, as long as she was getting better. So they were happy about that, but Colt and her were still kind of at odds. And
how old would he have been then?
I would say in the time that the rift started, he was probably about 12 and a half, maybe 13, and it went through 13 and to this point now. Yeah. So he's really pissed about how she was doing and what she was doing. Then her daddy got involved down there at that house, and like he called all these juvenile places trying to have Colt taken away because he broke a window. Just stupid shit that her dad was trying. Just caused a bunch of.
While he had been down there,
yeah,
broken window. Okay.
Yeah, and it just caused this big old. I'm like, just hang on. I said, I'll drive down there. I'll get you Colt. We'll come back. From that point on, he just is not like he could just take it or leave it with his mom. So I said, listen, she's in rehab. We'll take this as you want to take it. We're not going to just let her back in the house until she clears some hurdles for everybody, including us. But the other two, little man, the little one, like, he doesn't know the bad.
They don't understand.
And I can't break into a meth conversation with my 8-year-old. So Jenny is old enough to know, she knows what's going on, and she's just kind of like the neutral one and doesn't want to related to the point where he would be like just cussing, talking to me like you shouldn't talk to your
And that was
parents.
5 to 7 months.
And they, argue with him, and like, you can't say or do this thing, you can't just lay out of school.
Okay.
And he's like going to hands-on, trying to fight me.
Okay.
So I tried to just either hold him down or get him like hold back and just turn my head and like
Because
stop.
he's 14 now?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
14.
Okay.
And not, don't like take the belt or any of that
Yeah.
old school stuff. He knows like it's not what we're supposed to be doing, so I just take it
Yeah.
till he calms down, and I let him talk it out, and we like, hey, this is not working. Okay, so obviously the first time, like, oh, okay, I was a kid once. Second time it happened, I'm like, no. So we had been on the phone with counselors.
That's what I was about to ask.
Yeah,
Okay.
and my mother-in-law is a school teacher for 40 years. Like she gets it.
Okay.
And I'm like, he's got to have specialized. It can't just this isn't just five and dime. Like he may need to be checked into someplace.
Okay.
I said if it continues to escalate and it goes towards his brother or sister,
Right.
then he needs to go right there. So we've had probably maybe 3 or 4 of those kind of altercations to where he's gotten above aggressive with me.
What would you describe above aggressive as?
Just to the point where, like, I can see it, like, I can see his face change, and I know he's fixing to bull rush me.
Okay.
And I'll be like, hang on, just wait, and it's too late.
So he has physically
Yeah.
injured you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I call it a bull rush,
Sure.
So he'll bull rush me, and like I'll just kind of hold him in place. And if he like the second to last time he hit me in the face, and when he did, he kind of slipped on the ground at the same time, and I just landed on him. I'm like, we're not gonna let you up till you calm down.
Yeah.
So he did. He calmed down and like got up. Like, I don't want to talk. I said, you just go do what you need to do. Get a good night's sleep, and we'll start tomorrow. So I started keeping notes about what he does, how he acts, and I've determined just from what we do day to day, when he gets ultra tired, he just changes. When he gets to his mom, there's no discussion. And I just walked in there when I got home because I had this gut feeling, and when I went into his room, I know what happened. I turned the news on, and it was either one laying there or he was one in custody. So I'm aware of what happened, and so that was been like, we need to get him to go somewhere. Like, that's what we have been trying to do here for the last probably good week or so. Like,
So for about a week you've been trying to get him institutionalized?
not institute.
Okay.
He called his mom and said that that nothing that I was doing was good enough, and that maybe he just needed to be in an insane asylum. I'm like, he's just been.
When was that?
That was probably a couple weeks ago, maybe, in passing. And I'm like, no. I said, listen, I talked to him and told him I've got been on the phone with the school and the counselor at school.
Okay.
Like, they're all aware of what's going on.
What's the name of
with
that
him.
counselor? Do you know?
I've got.
We can look later.
Yeah, I've got an email where we've been back and forth.
Okay.
She sent me another piece of document from Aware.
Okay.
Counseling is a third party.
It's a third party counselor.
Right. Said, would you be? I'm like, absolutely, yes. I would love to do that. Give me the paperwork. So I filled it all out, signed it, and sent it back. I said, tell me what we need to do, and we will make this happen like the next day. So she said, once we get that filled out, when he comes to school, we'll sit down and meet with him. I'm like, okay, do I need to be there? She's like, no, we'll just meet with him first.
Okay.
I'm like, okay. So the goal was them to meet, and then the paperwork I filled out was, the way I took it is it's not an interest for the school or anybody. She's just more dialed to the child, trying to give him like
hands-on care, basically.
Correct, right, and make that determined for me. I don't want my wife, who's sort of kind of involved, or my mother-in-law, to, say, oh, he needs to be, institutionalized. I want somebody, third party, that doesn't know anybody in the family to say this is what we
To make like an unbiased assessment?
Yes. So that's what I was trying to do. And yesterday I said, hey, look, it takes a little, and I tried to give him a pep talk. I'm like, hey.
So this was yesterday?
This was yesterday.
Okay.
I said, and I'll show you the text. I'm like, it takes a lot of guts to do what you're doing. Go walking back into school after all this time. I said, you're doing the right thing, and I'm super proud of you. So, get back home from work, come in, cooking dinner, and he said, I didn't go to school today. And I'm like, okay, what happened? He said, I got dressed, I got ready, he said, I started to walk out the door, he said, and the bus came, I didn't have my book bag, he said, and I said, you didn't feel like going today, did you? And I said, it's not the book bag or the bus. He said, I just don't want to walk back in and have everybody go, oh, look. And I said, well, Cole, I can't go to school for you. I said, I have to pay all these bills. I'm the only one doing all of this. I said, and I'm getting people in there to help you because I can't. And you need to go to school you're falling behind. I said, and there's no left behind, like they're not going to fail you. You're just going to be left in the dust trying to catch up.
Right.
So I said, let's go to school today. I said, let's get the right people in front of us.
That was today.
That was today.
Okay.
And I said, let's make a plan and we'll figure this out. I said, there's nothing, I kept telling them, there's nothing that we can't overcome that you've already not overcome.
Right.
You've been through a lot and you've done the hard part, So this morning, I can show you the text. I was like, hey, I'm proud of you, what you're doing, everything. It's just a good thing. Just constantly giving them a pep talk. Today.
Yeah, if I could take a picture of that.
Yeah, it's all good.
And did you take him to school this morning, or did he he normally rides the bus when he goes, he rode the bus today?
Yeah, yes ma'am. So how it works for me is I get up, I get everybody ready.
Okay.
And then I take little one to school at Austin Road, then I go to work.
Okay.
Those two catch the bus, and then I'm home by the time Junior gets off the bus.
Gotcha.
At 3 o'clock.
And Junior's the youngest one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm usually here when he gets home. So this was today. I said, morning, big boy. I'm proud of you. I love you. And I hope you have a great day today. I will see you this afternoon. He said, getting ready for the bus, and I love you.
Okay.
Yep.
You can keep scrolling. I'm going to kind of take a picture, if you don't mind, of your conversations today.
Yeah.
Okay, you can keep going. Perfect. Okay, and keep going.
This is where I'm like, something's wrong.
Okay.
I thought he got in a fight.
Okay, keep going. Okay, keep going. And keep going. Thank you.
So,
Tell me, I have just, that's great information. That is exactly what I, wanted to talk to you about.
yeah.
I have a couple of more specific questions.
Okay.
So, I was told there are weapons in the house.
Yep.
We live in Georgia.
Yep.
Not
Everybody's
surprising.
got
Everyone
them.
has guns.
Yeah.
Tell me about his awareness of those firearms, his
Sure.
past with firearms,
Sure.
the hunting,
Yep.
anything like that.
So, it originally started with telling him, was like, hey, when I was dealing with all this as a kid growing up, the way I coped with it was deer season. I said, Thanksgiving and Christmas, I said, I was in the woods. I said, Nan Gray used to just raise all kinds of cane because I was always deer hunting. And I said, so this was last year. I said, so let's try to go deer hunting. I said, we'll get through all this together. I said, your mom and I will take care of it one way or the other. I said, our family will be together. And I'll never stop for y'all. And I'm going to work my butt off. I said, you're going to go to college. I said, that's just how that's going to be. And I said, it's going to be fine. We'll just take it one day at a time. I said, so do you want to try deer hunting? I said, it's the last day of deer season last year.
Okay,
He was like, he was like, okay. And I said, all right. He was like, but I don't have a rifle. I was like, I know. I said, I've got some. I said, we got to teach you the way around of a firearm and all of that. And he is like OCD about knowing. Like, so he'll break into whatever we're hunting, that rifle was, and he did all his research, and I was like, oh, that's impressive.
So he throws himself into whatever he's interested in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as a treat, I said, hey, I bought a rifle, and I said, it's an AR platform. I said, I know everybody's got one. I said, this will be what you will take hunting with us. And he's like, this will shoot a deer. I'm like, this will shoot a deer.
Tell me about the specs of that firearm.
So the one that we took, this is my daughter. Can I answer this real quick? Jenny? Hey, are y'all back in class? Okay, all right, give me a little bit and I'm headed to you. All right, bye. So that spec of that firearm was a Bushmaster 450, but that's not what he had. I know what he had today.
Okay.
Because he shot a deer first time ever in the woods.
Okay.
It was amazing. It was like great. I'm like, okay, I'm turning the pay. I'm turning the corner with my son. Bonded, like, greatest day ever. Like, in my mind, I swear to God, I thought we were gonna, like, he was gonna be perfect from then on, you know?
Yeah.
We had this outlook together. Exactly. So, the only thing is, when he shot the deer, the gun jammed. And we couldn't get the bullet, like, out. It was jammed in there so far that I had to take the top part of it, like, apart, and I couldn't get the bullet out, so I had to point it out the back and take it apart. So the firing pin couldn't hit the bullet. So we got home. Long story short, he was all excited. He's like, "But I don't like that gun jam." He said it scared me, and it did. It blew up a big old flash. I said, you go get our stuff back together. We keep doing good. You're doing good. I said, maybe Santa Claus will bring you one. Yeah, I said, the guy that gave us the 25 acres was trying to get us to come kill a bunch of coyotes because they're killing all these chickens. And I said, Jamie said he wants us to come take out some coyotes this year. I said, Santa Claus may do something different, a different type of weapon for you. So I bought him, the weapon that he had was a AR-15, it was a 223, and it was a Sig Sauer. And that was kind of like his big Christmas present, where I said, this is for you to hunt with, but it's not a toy. He gave that whole speech and everything, and like he understands how.
And that was his Christmas present this
past Christmas, yeah. And so we've gone to the shooting range a couple times just so he learns gun safety. He took the range test with me. And like he understands what weapons are and how it all works. So I don't know where.
Where was that firearm kept?
So all the firearms were up in my top of my closet in my bedroom. And all the clips are separated and nothing's loaded. They're all up on the top part of the closet. I bought Colt just as hey, I'm going back to school probably a month ago or something. On Amazon they had a good deal on a kind of a red dot scope that he wanted for that thing, so I got it for him.
That was like last month?
At Christmas time was when I bought him that red dot, and it just kept falling off the weapon and he couldn't get it dialed in, so I said, hey, I got you this different style of sight on here, and I said, because you're working hard, you're going to go back to school, I said, I'm going to give you this attaboy. I said, we were planning on going to the range this upcoming weekend, actually, because it was the holidays. I didn't want to go up there. I said, hey, let's get this thing put on there. I taught him, how to do everything, bore sight, everything, just like in deer hunting terms, like that's how nothing, never in my imagine in my mind where it's going right now. But just bought him like a little laser 223 on Amazon, and it came the other day, so his scope can be bore-sighted.
Got it.
Yep, so we waited till it got dark, and no clip in it. We just went in the backyard, shined it up against the barn.
That was last week?
Yeah, and I said, just crank it in there, and I said, once that thing's set, I said, we'll go to the range and fine-tune it. There's nowhere out here that we can shoot around here, too close to the houses. So
Where was the ammo kept for that?
So ammo used to be in a box that was in my carport right here, and never in the house. And then I brought some of the ammo that we got. I bought for the range. We just bought like bricks of 9mm or the 223 from Academy, and it's all sitting up there like in the top of the closet.
In your closet,
yeah. So all the clips are empty, and any kind of boxes are up there in the left-hand corner of it.
Okay. All right. And that, that's where that would all be. There wouldn't be in his room. Like he wouldn't have.
He would have probably the last couple of nights. He was working on his AR on that bore sight. So nothing ever loaded in there. So it was laying in the corner of his room, actually.
The weapon was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But you would say, as far as like his school attendance, personality, becoming very aggressive with you, has started approximately a year-ish ago, and got worse in the last 5 to 7-ish months.
I'd say that's
Would you
fair.
say that's when he started communicating with his mom via phone more, or? And what was, so is she in that, like where is she now?
So she's down staying with her mom.
She's still down there?
Yep, and they're actually driving up here.
Now?
Because after all, and I left out this part, sorry, after all that with Lieutenant Guest, a couple days later she shows up here unannounced.
Okay.
Beating on the door and was like not supposed to be here by letter of the law.
Okay.
Made a couple of threats. Kids are in the house. It's all publicized. They couldn't find her for 3 or 4 days, and the mom asked if they could ping her phone, and it was up here somewhere.
Gotcha.
So we were all kind of worried about it because she wasn't in her right mind. Cole's pissed about that.
Gotcha.
And then y'all can look in Barrow County because they ended up, she said something about Walmart in Barrow to her brother.
Gotcha.
And I said, that's where she's at. And I said, what picture do you have, blah,
Sure.
blah, blah. Ultimately, when I got there, I was talking to the TAC officer. He's about 7'5".
Okay.
I forget that guy's name.
That's okay. I'm sure we can figure it out.
Yeah, I was like, you're the biggest cop I've ever seen. And she walked right out in front of us.
And when was this?
This was probably 6 months ago.
That's when she just showed up completely unannounced after you did
right
that.
after that.
Night we got the call on
With
her out-
defects,
the
yeah, that was like
Gotcha.
all that happened in the next week or so.
Okay.
She was up here, and they found her and all kinds of stuff in her car and all this shit, and they arrested her right there.
Oh wow.
And they put her into Barrow County. So I'm like, he was, the kids know all of that.
Sure.
There was no confrontation between
Them and her then.
Yeah. So Colt being the oldest, he's pissed about that, and then his biggest thing is he really, none of us, I'm not making light of it like I can, but he just cannot get by. I can't either, but I can't let them know that.
Sure.
The meth charge,
It's a big deal.
I can't get my mind wrapped around it to this day, and it's just
Has Colt, so yesterday I know he said he didn't go to school. When he got home he realized he hadn't gone to school last night. He told you he hadn't. And then, was anything more unusual today when you talked to him last?
No.
Like nothing any more than just the normal kind of Colt behavior he's had?
just normal stuff and I'm trying to pull up what I said to him, because I just felt like this morning when I was getting Boo-Boo ready for school, I turned on his light and I said, hey, make sure you please go to school today. I said, it's very important. I said, I need to get these counselors involved and I can't do it until you go. He's like, no problem. He goes, I'm sorry. He said, I'm going to go. Don't worry. I'm like, okay. So this morning leaving, I thought I made a good connection with him. I know he's going to go to school,
right,
and everything is going to be okay.
He's going to meet with the counselors.
Yeah, at least just get in there, be accounted, like not absent, because I told him, like,
be present at the school.
Yes, I'm like, but I'm going to end up in truancy court.
Yeah,
like,
on top of everything.
Yeah, trying to, like, you know, and that's the balance where I've got two kids that we go. My two younger ones and me are in church every Sunday.
Okay.
They never miss school.
Okay.
And it's like, dang, like.
Does he not normally attend?
Yeah, he doesn't. He won't go to church with us.
Okay. Does he have any other extracurricular activities that he does, or I mean, I says this gun stuff seems to have been a positive thing as of recent. It's like something for him to put his mind into.
There's a couple of things that I learned more about my son, and like I was so like we were building momentum. That's why I'm just like stunned.
Yeah.
Is obviously the outdoor stuff, but man, that kid is so gifted musically.
Okay.
Like I bought him a guitar. Like yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. Okay. He took it, and I had to go buy him another like really nice guitar because. Okay. Like he can rip it, like he can hear a song and play it. He's that good. He can read music, and I'm always like, Cole,
yeah,
this is a great thing.
He's obviously really
smart.
smart.
Just like, hey, nobody can just sit
no one
down
can
and
do that.
this, you know?
I think it's a really good
yes.
thing.
And the second thing that he like, I buy him a new computer tower, like $400. Come home from work, it's in 3,500 pieces on the floor.
What
I'm
was
like,
that?
what are you doing? He said, I'm rebuilding my computer. I'm like, there's no way, Cole. I'm like, look at all those. I came back, long story short. Not only was it working, he swapped out all these graphic cards. He's like, I did this and that. I was like, where did you learn to do this?
Okay.
He said, I just kind of,
yeah.
I'm like, Coach, you have so many gifts.
Okay.
Like today, I say the same thing every morning. I'm like, hey,
yeah.
you got a lot of natural gifts, a lot of talents. You're a handsome man. I said, let's go. I said, come on, we'll get through this together, Cole. I said, there's nothing we can't do together.
Yeah.
Like, come on, please. I'll do whatever I have to do for you.
Tell me about his friends. Like, who are the names or people that you hear, or does he?
There's nobody he has ever been, like, friends with.
Okay.
And now what or who he's talking to on the computer, he pretty much kind of keeps that under wraps.
Okay.
I've never had a reason to go in there and, like, grill him about.
He's never done anything that caused you to feel like there needs to be any extra
Correct.
monitor on that front.
Yeah.
How about his phone? Does he have a phone?
He
Obviously,
does.
You've been texting him.
I bought a Walmart pay-as-you-go. More
Pay-as-you-go?
Yeah, this is like the carrot I use for my kids.
What kind of phone is it?
It's like it's not an iPhone.
Not an iPhone.
I got an iPhone. It's a
It's a smartphone or something.
yeah. It's a Samsung Galaxy.
All right.
Yeah.
Have you noticed him being on his computer or phone more in the last couple of weeks, more than usual, or
No.
just more focused on the gun the last couple of days, or is that pretty normal since you got it from the door?
For the last week, like the gun, he hadn't even like. Once we got that little bullet in there and he bore sighted it, he just put it back over there, and didn't really do nothing. His big thing was he broke 2 strings on his guitar, and he said that he needed his guitar because he had met somebody and they were playing like not jam sessions, but they were sharing like back and forth licks on the guitar. And I'm like, okay, so I got that guitar string the other day and fixed it, but there's not been like, in fact, that's like one of the things I'm continuing talking to him is like, hey man, you like, I love hanging out with you and everything, but, you know, you need to, like, make some friends. And, you know, I was trying to get him to go deer hunt with us this year, so I got a guy I work with whose son's a couple years older, but same thing, you know, I'm just trying to get him out of the house. He's kind of a, you know, he's a not in the crowd type of person, you know. He just, like, if we go to the grocery store and it's like slam packed, he'll just stay in the truck.
Okay. So he would prefer to be kind of a lone wolf, you would say, or lone, he's not going to be the guy that's bubbling and making a ton of friends.
Yeah, no.
He's more of a focused kid. I mean, that shows in the computer, the music.
Right.
I mean, those are all very specialized, oriented tasks.
Now, if he had a couple people sitting there that shared the same things, he'd be chatty catty.
Sure.
You know,
if it's something he's interested in,
exactly.
knowledge about. Okay.
Yeah, but he's more shy than he is like anything else.
Good. All right. And when did you get home today? Tell me that.
So I was at work, and
you said you work where? I'm sorry.
I work for Kevin Price Construction
Okay.
out of Athens.
Okay.
And I'm building fire stations right now, so in Forsyth County.
Okay.
So I was up on the roof this morning, and my little girl texted me and said 3 people at the high school got shot. And I'm like, oh no. I said, well, everything will be okay. And then she said, I'm scared. I said, it's okay. I said, did you talk to Mamu or your mama? Meaning, she usually will call her grandmother.
Sure.
And I'm trying to bridge the gap between her and her mom, but she's kind of pissed at her mom
Sure.
too. So she said she was talking to Mamu. And I said, how did you know that there's people dead? She said, people are just saying TJR, TR, I don't know what that means. She said, no, she misspelled there. I said, what does that mean? She said, there, with a star. I said, have you talked to Colt today? She didn't answer. I said, she said, are you coming to get me in school? And I said, yes. And she said, thank you. So.
Okay. When he left this morning, did you see what he was wearing or anything like that?
No, this morning, well, actually last night, I said, hey, I ironed this shirt and this zip-up jacket for you because it's going to be a little chilly in the morning.
Okay.
So that was pretty much it.
Do you have cameras or anything on the house, or are you aware if people come and go during the day? Like your kid? No?
No.
Okay. And how frequently, day to day, would you say you talk to Cole, like during the day? Like, do y'all text during work? Like, what is your communication with him like normally?
It's nonstop. Really.
Nonstop?
Yep, texting and talking to him, you know, to the point where I know I aggravated.
What about today? And I know I just took, it looks like mostly you sending and him not responding.
This was after, like, at 9:42. So that's what I was to see. He said, I'm getting ready for the bus. Love you. So he said, I'll text you in about an hour. He said, it's important, so answer. And I figured, okay, he's going to be rolling into school and he likes my pep talks.
Okay.
And I tell him, like, you can do it, just like, if I don't, surprisingly, he's like, I can get a pep talk. I'm like, okay. So I try to.
So he asked for one of those, and that was at 9:42.
Yep.
Okay.
And I said, okay. I said, what are you going to be texting me about? I said, is everything okay? He said, yep. And I said, okay. I really hope you have a great day, Bubba.
Okay.
So that was at 8:30. And then at 9:42, he said, just out of the blue, I hadn't been talking to him. I was actually having a job meeting about the crane on site.
Okay.
And out of the blue, he says, "I'm sorry, it's not your fault." That was the two texts that just, and I wasn't talking to him. And I said, "What's wrong, Bubba?" I said, "You didn't do anything." And he didn't answer. And I said, "Hey, like, what's wrong?"
Yeah.
So,
Let me get a picture of that, I guess, I just want to make sure.
yeah,
that I
so
didn't
that
miss
was
that.
at 9:43, and then he answered at 10:03.
Let me see this.
Do you want to try the times in there?
Yeah, can you pull it over to the left for me, just so I can?
Oh, hang on.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
there you go.
busy. Perfect, thank you so much.
Yeah, and
Was that his last text to you though? That was
this
it?
was, yeah, this is where it went green because he said, "No, I love you, Jenny and Coley." And that's when I jumped off the roof. I said, "Something's wrong."
Yeah.
And he said, "You're not to blame for any of it." And I started climbing down the ladder, telling my people, "I've got an issue, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
This is what you have to do. I'm responsible for like a bunch of people on the job, and I've got a huge crane there today. So I'm trying to fire orders out to everybody to make sure they do what I need. And by the third one of these, like it's clear,
Yeah, you
like I
know
can tell
something's
something
not
wrong.
right.
So I'm like, "Bubba, please tell me you're okay. Cole, please call me, son." Like I can know. I don't know what it was, and I thought, okay, his mom came up for a visit, and they had a little bonding, and they dyed his freaking hair.
When was that?
This was like a couple weekends ago. Like he wanted to, and it was kind of funny, except for he's got brown hair, like chocolate colored hair, and he came out with the worst. Like I'm like, "You look like Kurt Cobain." Like got stuck in the dryer. I was like, "Do you like it?" I'm like, "Buddy, it looks awesome," but it was terrible, and I couldn't tell him that because I'm like, "Man, it looks great," you know. So
Yeah.
he just like I saw. I'm like, somebody must have said something about his hair. Like I was really worried about it because like it's sort of blondish, yellowish, and then it's got that like terrible dye job where the brown starts coming back, and I just was like, "Oh, somebody said something to him," and he's so self-conscious.
Well, and he's just getting back
Yes.
to school, like he just got in his hope.
I swear to God, like I thought that's what this was.
Okay.
I said, and there was a way I was in my mind. I was like, "Please let him have walked out before he smacked somebody." Like I thought he laid hands on with somebody because they are ruthless. Like they're gonna say something about his hair.
Has he ever mentioned specifically names of people that you thought were bullying him?
No names, and it's a very serious topic in our house. And like if I ask, they're pretty straightforward. Like, "Hey, this is
what's going
Yeah.
on. Like,
So I have a rule kind of in our house that like, I call it bubble. So I came up with something for my kids like I didn't have. Like I couldn't go to my mom or dad and say, "I just failed math and science."
Sure.
And I put a golf ball through all 4 of the windows in the house. And I rolled your car today. My dad would have beat the shit out of me. So I created, just to improve communication, a bubble that you step in the bubble, and if it's bad, you need to get in the bubble automatically. We have to agree to 3 rules. No yelling, no lying, and no cussing. You agree to that, I'm not your dad, you're not my son or daughter. What's wrong? And I can't get mad when I get out of the bubble. We just work on the trouble. So I'm trying to encourage them, the bigger the mess up, the sooner I need to know. Not for trouble, but to help. So we'll call bubble if I feel something's wrong, you know, and I'm like, "Hey," I said, "just, you know, if something happened, just you can tell me. We'll go up to that school." And I said, "You're so far behind, you can't go up there and like be on the shit list right off the bat. So just try to, you know, I don't know. I was trying to
Is this
do
his
the best
first year
I can. Yeah. So we signed him up last year to go to 8th grade where his sister goes. And the first day of school came, and he threw a fit for 8th grade. He didn't want to go, and I'm like, what?
And where is she at, you said?
She's right next door to Heaven Morris. He was supposed to go there last year. Well, the change, all that was going on, like he just couldn't do it on the first day. So I said, all right, we'll try the second. Like, nope. Then my mother-in-law and all of her wisdom while I'm at work, and he's out of school the second day, says, well, hey, how about if we sign you up for online school? And that's all it took.
Oh, of course.
And I'm like, no, we can't do that.
Right.
I said, you have to go to school. And he's like, no, man, Lou, show me. And she like broke it down, like
Okay.
showing him that, yeah, he truly could go to online school. And I'm like,
So you probably already didn't want to physically go to school after knowing that was an option.
yeah. And so it's just like, I don't know if what's happened with his mom, and you know, the back and forth about all of that, and you know, just the way that kind of when he was down there trying to get him locked up in YDC, and there's a riff, you know, and that's why I said we'll just come here and we'll decide who comes and stays. And I know she's your mama,
Sure.
but you have to be adding value to the family. You can't come here.
Yeah, just cause problems. Yeah, I understand.
So I'm trying to instill in him that, like, hey, your brother and your sister are watching. Like, little Coley is watching you.
Yeah.
Just like, even if you feel like crap that day, still try to be a good person for your brother.
Yeah, like a good role model.
Yeah, you know?
Have you been in his room today and looked around or anything like
When
that?
I got home, I walked in and I'm like,
Sorry, do you know? I don't know if that's one of us, Amelia.
in that black car, there's 3 or 4.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure
right there,
that it
yeah.
wasn't someone that you didn't. Okay. All right.
No, so I came home and was like, man, I go into his room and I just had the feeling like, but then I'm like, I'm overreacting. I'm like, there's no way. I mean, how the hell is he going to walk across the yard with a long rifle and get on a bus? There's no way this is him. And by then, his sister's doing what she's doing now, calling her every 5 minutes. His mom and his grandmother, and I'm like, it's fine. Everybody's watching the news. And I said, hell, it's not him. I said, all the guns are accounted for. They're in my closet. And I said, except for the one Colt put that laser in. I said, I'll call you in a minute. So as soon as I got here, I opened that door, Fox News, I left the TV on, and sure enough, there's Apalachee High, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. I go down to his bedroom, and I just stuck my head inside there, and there's his 2 guitars, and it's laying over there in the corner, and it's not there.
Okay.
So I called his mom, and I'm like, how in the hell does he get on the bus? Or is there somebody else involved here? Like, I don't understand. Like, how in the hell, like, nobody's talking to me. I know what happened, and I'm upset and sad, but I'm really pissed because that kid, man, like, this is so wrong. And he is just, he's been feeding us a whole bunch of, yep, I want to get better, we're going to go to the thing, and talk to his grandmother, like, hey. So I just stuck my head in there and called his mom and said, well, stand by.
Yeah.
I said, because his AR is not here.
Okay.
And then y'all started beating on the door.
Yeah. I'm gonna find out what information I can give to you at this time. And that's one thing I'm gonna try to do for you, because I'm sure you have 9 million things going through your head right now.
And I've got to
and
get
you have
my
other kids. Yes, so that's important as well.
It's the only thing that is like,
Okay.
it's just a normal, like, I can't lose.
Also,
Like,
though, do you have any follow-up questions?
Yeah, I've got a few.
All right, what you got?
I have a 15-year-old, and
told, I didn't see it, but I was told
Yes, sir.
you need the restroom. Okay, all right, we'll take a 15-minute break. How much time's left on the audio?
About 30,
40 minutes.
44 minutes.
And then how long do you anticipate additional question?
Not a ton for me, probably like 5 to 10 minutes. I'm not sure about,
Got long cross, short cross?
Half hour.
Okay. All right, what we'll probably do then is when this witness is done, we'll take our own break.
that's what we were hoping for. Thanks, Matt. Maybe they could just do it normal.
All right, we'll be in recess.
Okay, good. All right. Well, I feel better.
Very frustrating.
It is.
And it's tough, you don't understand, you don't know what to do, and you don't understand why. Because very much like you, my dad would have beat my ass if I showed up, something like that.
I try to just, like,
I know.
when it gets confrontational, I try to just talk about it. Like,
I know.
I will not,
Yeah, it sounds like you have a good process
Yeah,
what
you
you've been
do.
doing.
I will not.
You've been way more understanding than most.
Yeah.
My parents, I would be halfway to China by now,
Yeah,
probably.
like, I will not, like, my daughter is like, you know, like, I will not touch my children. I will not strike my kids.
Yeah,
Like, it's not
and
gonna happen.
that's, that's.
And he knows that.
Right. Well, and I know that this is hard to talk about, but I want to get a little more in depth,
You're good, go
You
ahead.
met with counselors, y'all talked to counselors.
Yeah.
What exactly have the counselors said? Have they given any sort of mental health diagnoses, anything like that?
No, the one, now, as far as the counselors at school go, he has not sat down and had like a full on, that I'm aware of, with the counselors at school, other than the conversation about, can I look at my phone?
Yeah.
This will be the email.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you didn't mind, we would love to get
Yeah.
a copy of that, just so that we have it as
Yeah,
well.
so Jade Baker, Lisa Butler, and I'll just forward this to you if you just tell me.
Yeah,
But
if you
it's
don't
called,
mind.
yeah, it's all good. It's so Project Aware. So they sent me this original email, basically would I fill out paperwork for them to be involved. And I'm like, absolutely. Like, I'm trying to get him to sit down, but I just got my insurance actually like last week, so I've been waiting for the medical insurance. And then the lady I thought I was going to take him to doesn't take my insurance, United Healthcare. So this is Lisa Butler sent me this and asked me to fill this out
Okay,
for Colt.
when was that?
This was last week.
Okay.
So they had this. I filled it out and said, absolutely, I would like expedite. Can we just get, like, I know he needs somebody, not to this level clearly. Like, I know he's like a normal kid and he's dealing with a bunch of crap. Like, I swear to God, like that, this was the last thing, like, it's not even like I get it, he's a hothead, I was too, like that. I'm more worried about breaking windows or skipping school. That's gonna be the worst thing I gotta deal with him.
This was not on your radar.
This was not on my damn radar. So this is the email, and I'll just forward you the last one so y'all
Yeah,
have
I'm
it.
gonna give you my email so you
Yeah.
can send me all of that.
Yeah. But she was like, what they can offer Colt. All right, and they were asking, was it okay for them? Yeah, no, it's all good. And that's what I was waiting for was, okay, hell, if they're involved, my main thing with them was, if they're involved with the school, does my insurance even matter?
Sure.
If it doesn't, then let's get him
Let's
in
just
there
go for
like
it.
right now.
So I see that it says anxiety. Is that something that he had said he feels?
Yeah, he said he feels anxiety, and you know, I tell him, well, drinking a Rockstar doesn't help anxiety. Yeah. So he's, you know, he doesn't drink a lot of those, but I told him, I'm like, if you're anxious at all, this is not what to drink. So
When did he last express that to you?
he pretty much has anxiety, he feels like every day, you know, so we're like, I'll just, like, the only thing I know to do is like, hey, here's some melatonin stuff at night. I said, just help you stay mellow and get some sleep. And then, you know, there'll be some weekends where he's up on the computer gaming and like I hear it all night. And he'll stay up all night playing those games with everybody. And, you know, the main thing is not the anxiety comes with what I was telling you was I've narrowed it down to sleep. And as soon as he passes a line in the sand. Yeah, that's it. It's all over right there.
The computers and everything. Have you ever looked through his computer or looked through his phone?
No, he keeps everything so like coded and everything because he's afraid I'm going to do it. And I don't know what the heck's on there, to be honest with you, but I always try to keep him thinking that I know what I'm doing on a computer, but he's got all these firewalls and shit where I don't know how I'm getting there, but he thinks I can.
Have you ever overheard any of the conversations like with people he's gaming with?
Yeah.
No, not really. It's always been about, and I've walked in there where he gets all wound up and he's playing
I was also about to ask,
Call
is
of
he
Duty.
playing?
Yeah, he's playing Call of Duty.
So that is that like his go-to,
Yeah, at night if he's up most of the night, he's gaming.
and he's using like a computer,
Yeah.
not Xbox or PlayStation?
No, he's got both.
So he's got both, so
Yeah.
he's usually using his computer?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
Going all the way back to 7th grade.
Yeah.
I know some of the bullying you said started in
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Yeah.
What was he being bullied about? You know, what was it? Looks? Was it attitudes?
Yeah, no, he's more of he is just kind of like he's real quiet. Like he won't go out of his way to talk or introduce himself or anything like that. And it started with a group of people in middle school that there was a kid, there were 2 guys and 3 girls, and he would sit at the end of the lunch table and just by himself basically. And one of the kids would come by and it's okay, and it started with them flicking him in the ear.
Okay.
And that's the first time I went up to the school. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
we're not just yik-yakking now. I know it's just a flick in the ear, but they made contact with him, and I don't want to make sure we're doing the right thing here. And you got people on this, and it just kind of kept going on all year. And I said, listen, can we? Like the 3rd or 4th time I went to Jefferson, I'm like, can we like have him just show up for school? And like, I know this is terrible, but I was in ISI in high school a lot because I'm the only boy of 4 sisters.
Gosh, okay.
So my
No need for explaining.
Yep, I got it. So that was just something to where he didn't and has never really been around a lot of bullying, obviously. And I don't know if he knew how to respond. I just told him, do not touch anybody else.
Yeah.
Like they're touching you, but 2 wrongs don't make a right. So we kind of back and forth about that, and it was clear by the end of the year that when he came home, he was like, listen, I'm good. I'm 7th grade over. He's like, I don't want to go back to that school. I'm like, okay, well, where do you want to live? It's just us now. He said, I want to get as close to Statham so I know where we're at. And I'm like, okay, so that's how we ended up here.
And this was before the littles came back up here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And going into his room a little bit, I know you said that you knew where his guitars were. Knock yourself out. You knew where he kept that rifle in his room.
Yep.
Okay. Have you ever been in his room further than just sticking your head in it?
Oh, yeah. I'll go in there and sit on the bed and talk to him about whatever we're talking about. Bring him dinner, I cook dinner every night, bring it in there if he's in the middle of something, So, yeah, I'm in there quite a bit.
Okay. Did you ever see anything in his room that concerned you?
I mean, no, and I'm on like full alert for it just because of what's going on, and I'm the rift between him and his mom. He's not going to school, so I'm like, I've been looking for
Pictures, posters,
No.
notes, conversations,
No,
anything's left laying out.
Nope, he had this weird poster on his wall of some guy with a red wig on. I'm like, who is that? And he was like, oh, I'm glad you just said that.
Yeah, what did he say about that guy?
So it wasn't that guy. It was the guy that was on his wall 2 days ago. And I walked in there, I'm like, where's the punk band dude? And I said, who's that? He goes, you don't know who that is? I'm like, no. I said, I don't know who it is, and why is he on your wall? He's like, oh, oh, it's no big deal. I'm like, okay. So I let it go, finished dinner, like, hey, I'm gonna go take a shower, and then me and Boo Boo gonna watch a movie. And I said, where'd that picture go? And he said, oh, I took it down. I said, well, who was he? He goes, you really don't know who that was? I'm like, I'm asking who it is. He goes, oh, that's one of the guys that did that last school shooting.
Okay.
Okay, and that was maybe 2 or 3 days ago when I saw that
2 or
picture.
3 days ago?
Yep.
What did he say why he had that, or
No,
what is it?
he didn't say anything other than, like, I had no idea what that, it didn't look, like something's wrong with that kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I just
What kind of
couldn't
picture
tell.
was it?
So it was like a magazine headshot of like a brown-haired, like, teenager, like late teens, and he had glasses.
And he put that the same place that he had previously had his like
That rock star thing.
redheaded
Yeah.
poster.
And now that you just said that, I didn't even think about looking in there for that. But somebody said something about a warrant, so I guess y'all go in the house anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you understand why.
Well,
We gotta go
yeah. And my little sister is a retired lieutenant out in Las Vegas, so
Well, then you're familiar with what we're doing.
I know exactly what y'all are doing, and like I'm just pissed.
What about a firearm in a silver toolbox or a Pelican case? Is any of that familiar to you?
Yeah.
What did you say?
A firearm that was in a silver toolbox or a Pelican case in your truck. You familiar with that?
No, I don't have a Pelican case.
Okay. What about, do you have a toolbox on that truck? I didn't even see.
No.
Okay. So, this morning, no, I'm sorry.
No, what was that? Because I'm like, that's the kind of stuff right there.
So,
I was even in the room
as you
and
can
heard
see,
that.
there's like 100 people just here at the school. There's stuff getting thrown all around. So,
Yeah, and then I
I'm
saw
not sure what this even
the
is.
state trooper is like ripped out of here, and I'm like,
Well, so this is what I want to tell you, and if you have more questions, I don't want to get you sidetracked.
Yeah.
Finish your questions.
Okay.
I'll give him a spiel later.
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry,
You're good.
I'm gonna give myself a star. Spiel later.
So, no, I want to, because this is you saw the news. You know that there's some serious stuff that's happening.
Yeah.
And so we have got to get every detail and every bit of
Yeah.
information about him and his behavior and what
Yeah.
he's going through.
Yeah.
When it comes to his mother, when is the last time they have spoken to each other?
I guess over the weekend they were texting,
Okay.
and she's done a Fitzgerald with her mom.
Does she have any sort of mental health issues? And I know the meth has come up, but is there anything?
No, I mean, and that's really the whole deal for her. Is like it was such a shock for everybody. It's like this is like, degreed engineered, like we were married, like we were knocking down tons of money.
Yeah.
And obviously I didn't know what to do with it, clearly, but like drinking. So when all that happened, it's like, what the hell is
Still
going
in shock. Yeah.
I'm still shocked. The kids are still shocked from it. So, but and Colt does not hold back, with his mom. He calls it like he sees it, and where I couldn't say it, when it was finally like out in the open, Colt was like, I knew it. He's like, but they don't have like a back and forth kind of relationship. It's, she knows him like when to talk and when not to talk when he's in those moods, right? So he's frustrated with her, and she's doing better, and I'm trying to be the glue that holds this whole family together. And as bad as some of the choices that were made, I don't know if this is right or not, but I'm trying to just show her kids, like, look, she's doing the right thing. She's
Well, you're not, if you tell a kid you can't do that, can't have that,
Right.
can't be around her, they're
Yeah.
going to do the exact opposite.
Yeah.
So that's what I thought.
That's why I should
Get
ask
more-
now, like, what
Yeah.
is there? relationship like, I guess?
You know, he's pissed about her and hanging us out to dry and running the roads with brother in the car. Like he's probably got more anxiety over her and wants to let it rip more than I do.
Yeah.
You know, because I can't allow my kids to see me lose it on their mom. There's no reason for me to say what I would have said 20 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
God, I sound old, but now it's like, you know, hell, I don't need to tell you, you know?
Has Colt ever been, and I know you said you don't lay hands on your kids
Yeah.
or anything, but has he ever been physically abused by anybody in the family, at school?
Was it
No,
his mom? Because I know she's down there. Like,
there was nothing to where, now she came up there this last weekend came up with her mama and everything's good, and just to kind of hang out and kind of convince him, like, look, hey, I'm sticking to the guns. I made a promise with you. I'm going to rehab. And you need to do the same thing.
Okay.
But when
She was familiar he was having issues.
yeah. But what happened was she came up here, and I don't know what or why, because when I went to work, came home, she was just different, like Friday, the last time she was up here. And I'm like, what's wrong? And she was like, oh, I just feel kind of crappy. And I'm like, okay. And so it's supposed to be a day or a weekend where she could hang out with her kids. She stayed in bed for 2 or 3 days. And that's something where trying to explain to her, I'm like, that's a trigger for the kids. Like, they're going back to originally how you were every day that they saw you while I'm at work. And I said, Cole, that's his trigger. Like, if you're sick, then you need to call your mama, or I'll take you and meet you back home. Like, they can't see you like this. So turns out she had a urinary tract infection and some kind of stomach bug. So I'm like, okay. So I told Cole, like, hey, she just laid here, but here's what was wrong with her.
there was something actually going on. It wasn't.
Yeah, I was like, he was like, yeah, but you never know. Like, he just has no trust in her. And I'm like,
Hard to build up trust.
it's very hard. And I'm like, she legit was sick, buddy. I'm just telling you. So I said, they're coming to get her. Her mom and dad are coming back up here. I'm going to work. And that was, I guess, the end of last week, maybe Friday. I need to think about it. But anyway, they had a falling out before school, and
Colin and his mom.
yeah,
Okay.
and he was texting me, and I'm like, what are y'all fighting about? And like, you need to be getting your together and going to school. Why are you arguing with your mom? It started early that morning. Then I didn't hear anything from anybody. At lunch, I called her and I said, hey, is everything okay? He make it to school. Like, this was his, first day back. And she was like, no. Mama came and picked me up, and Colt was here. And I'm like, no, he wasn't. He was at school. And she said, no. He was in his room, and when we came and started cleaning out all of my stuff, said he walked out of his room. Nobody knew he was there. I'm like, I have a text. He was at school. And she goes, no, he wasn't. So I called the school. They're like, no, he wasn't at school today. I'm like, okay. So I came in, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on? He's like, Mama, I don't know what. I'm like, why'd you lie about going to school? He said, when her father tried to get him thrown in YDC down there, it was just ugly, like, mess.
What is that about?
Yeah. Ever since I said I do, her dad is like, it's like the true shotgun wedding.
Oh boy. Yeah.
And so he's a 2-time Olympian pole vaulter, and like, it's shitty because he's got a great heart, and he's put so many kids in school on full scholarships, teach them how to pole vault, but he has no people skills. Like, he's terrible.
Yeah.
And like, he doesn't even know his own kids. So that's when they were staying down there, and I'd come back up here to start work and try to get enough money so we could move back up here. All this rift stuff with them, and so when all that happened, the dad and Colt had a big falling out, and he was saying if he ever showed up back down there that the grandfather was like, we'll throw you in YDC, blah, blah, blah. So just a shitstorm. When they showed up to take her, it was just supposed to be her mom. And when they showed up to take her and bring her stuff, the dad was with her. And so that was bad, but not as worse as me going arguing like Colt is at school and then him calling me and going, I'm sorry, I didn't go to school.
Yeah.
Like, so you just played right into their hands. Now it looks like I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Makes it look like you're not aware of where your kids are.
And I'm like, well, you know, so like and it's such a fine line I have to walk with him when I'm saying that, because I'm trying to build him back up. I'm like, hey, we can push through this, and Mama does all, like, it's fine. I just don't try to just beat them down, whether they're wrong, or just like, hey, let's learn from this, build them back up, and just keep trying to be positive. But that was the last time they were like face to face, and I was at work, and they took her. I think it was last Thursday, but they'll know because they've got the absentee thing in school. So
Now, was that around the same time as the hair dyeing?
no, it was probably the week after.
Okay.
Yeah, the week after. No, the hair dyeing kind of blew over, and everybody was like, okay, well, then thought it was cool, except for me, but I didn't say nothing.
You had mentioned, I'm sorry, I'm just talking about, you had mentioned, like, Colt's mom, alcohol and drugs and stuff. Is there any reason you would suspect or have noticed or thought that when she has been up here, since she's been up here recently, could she have been supplying him with either of those?
No, I don't. And
No?
even if it was even remotely a possibility for it to be in that house, like, this is why I'm just stunned, is because Colt would have the DEA put a helicopter in that front yard and help them find it.
Okay. So
Like
he's
that's-
just, because of the mom, he's
Yep.
so against,
Nope.
because he saw what I did. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Like 100%.
Okay. Okay, totally.
Do you keep any alcohol in the house or anything?
No, I hate alcohol so bad. Like I can't even. No, there's no alcohol in that house.
All right, well, focusing on specifically today, this morning, and the events of today.
Sure.
This firearm, you said that he got the rifle at Christmas. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And then something kind of not broke with it, but something got jammed. So
Yeah. So the original rifle that we went deer hunting with killed the deer, but it jammed.
That was the Bushmaster.
That was the Bushmaster.
okay. So then you got a new one at Christmas.
Yep, so I took it back to Mike's gun room, that's the only place we go, and Mom's like, hey, he's like, damn, I'm really sorry. He even told Cole, he's like, I'm sorry, pick one out.
Okay.
I was like, don't pick one out. Like,
Yeah.
I just wanted to show Mike, and hey, can you fix this? And I'm like, all right. I was like, Coach, you can wait in the truck. I just wanted to see. And I told Mike then, I was like, look, I said, I don't want this one. I said, it's kind of dangerous, and he's freaked out by it. I said, but when I come back for Christmas, I said, let's just get him one. I don't need top of the line. I just need something that we can throw down in the mud and go coyote hunting, and he doesn't have to worry about anything jamming. And he was like, okay. So that's what we ended up with. So, like, he is, like, I'm just shocked because he is very gun conscious, safety, and like he gets it.
I was going to go to the next question. I'm assuming if you're going to like a range, if
Sure.
you knows firearms,
Oh yeah,
he knows.
yep. Like he took the test at the range pass place. You know, I'm like, he's like, you have to take it. I'm like, I know. You're shooting too. You take it.
Yeah.
So I made him take it with us, and Jenny went the last time and watched us do all of that. So there's safety measures, glasses, ear protection. Like there's they do it how it should be done, and we have not physically gone out shooting outside of that, like at a range, in a not controlled environment yet. We haven't done that yet. So the goal, well, we went deer
Besides
hunting.
hunting.
Yeah, that was the one. Like I literally bought in that rifle like a couple of days before we went deer hunting. So
Okay.
that's the extent of that.
As far as, you mentioned that, like, how could he walk on a bus with a long rifle?
Yep.
You know, is this a firearm? I know, like, our Daniel defense rifle is what we carry. You know, we can basically take them apart into 2 pieces and break them down. Is he
Yeah.
familiar with how to do things like that? I mean,
No, he actually was asking me the last time we went, and I was unsure with that SIG how to break it all down. I said, so the only thing that I do, I said, we only shot like 50 to 75 rounds that day. I said, all I do is I don't break anything apart because I'm not sure how it all goes back together. So I said, I lock the bolt back. I said, and I take the wire brush that comes with that caliber, taught him how to, clean it. I said, I clean the barrel. I wipe down anything that we were holding a lot of, wipe down the barrel, and then spray it with Remy oil just to keep the rust off of it. That's the extent of his knowledge as far as breaking down a weapon. He couldn't, like, if we told him to do it, he couldn't do it. That I'm aware of. I've never taught him to do it because I have no idea.
Yeah, that's what we're
Yeah.
And I think that's a good question to have, like, how did he get on the bus? Does he carry a backpack?
He does. Yeah, it's a Jan Sport backpack. We just bought the same one that he wanted for his little thing. And I'm just telling you, man, like, his little sister, man, idolizes him even when he is just being a total ass. Like, your sister thinks you hung the moon, dude. Like, come on. And I'm just sitting here like, what the hell am I going to tell her?
As far as, I know you talked about he's been physical with you before.
Yeah.
Has there ever been any of those instances at school where he's gotten physical with anybody? You're
No.
aware of?
Nope. And the only time it's ever been that was at Jefferson, and I was called about that. But full-on fights or really even any kind of bullying or chippiness or like nothing like that at school. So.
Okay. And I know you said he was kind of falling behind grades-wise and stuff.
Yeah.
Have he had any difficulties with teachers?
Well, so, man, you should work for the GBI. When you get older, you're going to be a good one. That just jogged my memory. So, very good. So, when he went that day, first day or whatever, and he wasn't having the smoothest day, his first initial try back, right?
Yeah.
So when he came back home, I'm like, hey, I said, what's the deal? I said, is it students? And please tell me it's not bullying. Like, I'm worried about that. And I'm just waiting for him to say, oh, they're giving me crap out his hair. And he was like, no. He said, but I just feel like the math teacher is out to get me.
Okay.
And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And he was like, just the interaction that we had. I mean, it was such a, like, that is such a left field statement. I kind of felt like he's kind of like, okay.
Like maybe there's more to
like
unload
maybe
here.
my dad's being she's turning into a buckhead Betty. So I'm gonna mess with him, and I'm like, well, what does that mean? You know? So I just don't know where and what the hell happened.
I don't want to tap your shoulders.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's all right.
Like so many people that I'm like, I'm joking. I don't want to be talking.
No, it's all good. I like I have to have all the answers here in a very short amount of time.
It's an unreal scenario we're
And
all in right now.
my
especially
little
you.
boy, little Colin Jr. is about to step off that bus.
Okay.
In like
Yeah, we're about to wrap up.
4 minutes,
Okay.
and he's gonna want to know what the hell everybody's doing here.
Okay, well we'll probably be talking to you again at some point.
We need numbers, cards?
Yes, so
You
let
need
me,
anything from me?
if you can forward me,
We'll meet, we'll go through whatever we have to until everybody's got everything that they need from me.
Kelsey, do you want to put your stuff on the back of this card?
yeah, I'm out, because
The
I
other
got
thing
other
is
cases with them.
I don't know, I'm gonna try to get this out. I don't know
So treated,
what all has happened, but man, if he is responsible for anything.
so that's the spiel I want to give you. First, I want to tell you, this is not your fault. And you're gonna, in the coming weeks, you're going to see things, you're gonna hear things, people are gonna say things, and they're not gonna be kind. And me telling you this is not gonna mean anything, but I need you to just hear me say this to you as someone that has never spoken to you before. You sound like a great dad.
Apparently not.
But listen, you have to listen to me. When things like this happen, you can't blame yourself. You have to be what you've been doing all along, which sounds like a great father figure and doing the best you can. And honestly, you sound like a great dad. I mean, you have really been doing some incredible work in all your kids' lives and holding it together in situations that are
Apparently
unbearably
not.
difficult.
Something happened I never even could imagine.
But here's the thing, you are doing all the steps.
We'll come around and search.
You come around. You were doing all the steps. So you need to hear that from me. You see the things you're going to see and what you hear. She's going to open the door.
We'll get on this side.
Okay.
You have to understand that you have to keep being this dad, the dad that you just described, because your kids are going to need you to be that and keep being that, okay? 2, the GBI is handling this, and we are available to talk, answer questions when we can answer questions. But also, if you hit a wall one day and you're like, no, I can't do this anymore, I need you to know you gotta call us, okay? Because we have resources, and you're gonna need resources. Because you just are. You're going to get to a point where you're like, you know what?
I'm there.
This is, I know, and you're going to be, and it may be today that we just need to go in and start working on that, but at the same time, this is gonna be big. When it does come out, when we can tell you all the information, it's going to be hard, okay? I am sorry that I cannot sit here and give you all the details right now as a parent, because I can only imagine, I am a new parent, I can only imagine what you have going through your head right now. I am going to try to find out, okay? I just sent a text, but you have to trust that there's a process that we're working, and there are hundreds of people right now that we are having to get information from, and we relay. So there's just a lot of moving parts, and I don't want you to feel like you're being pushed to the side or not prioritized.
I just know something bad has happened, and I want to apologize to somebody who don't know who.
No, that is not a priority right now. And also, you need to worry about you, and you need to worry about your kids, okay? And getting off the bus and be the parent you've been being. So I'm going to try to get answers for you. I'm putting my phone number on here. I'm putting that's my cell number.
Okay.
And then my email is on here. Amelia's information is on the other side.
Okay.
The case agent, I'm going to write his name on here for you.
Okay.
That's going to be Nick Johnson.
I know y'all busy. I'll try not to bother
No. You are part of our busy, and you're going to be a priority because your family they are the priority, to be completely honest with you. They are the most important thing. So, you call that.
You know that obviously
Yeah.
something bad has happened to us with the mom.
Yeah.
But something has also bad happened to you and your family.
Yeah.
This is to tell a very difficult
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
We are completely empathetic and understand that.
Yeah.
So you're not ostracized from us. You're not going to be shut down from us after this, okay?
You're also not just
I'm afraid of
a family, okay? Like, this is, we at the GBI, like, it's not just words. Like, we want to make sure that there's a two-way path here of communication, and I want you to understand that.
I'm scared for Jenny to go back to school.
I know you are.
Why?
And to be completely honest, those are going to be decisions that have to be made today when we can brief you on more.
Okay.
But we're going to be here to help guide you through that.
Okay.
All of our supervisors are here. We're going to have them come out here eventually. Right now they're kind of managing the floods. But you're going to meet them. You're going to have point of contact. The case agent, I'm sure, eventually, it may not be today because he's got a lot he's managing. is going to come make contact with you or make contact with you via phone. What's going to happen now is, yes, you are correct. So a warrant has been gotten for your house. They are going to do a warrant. I will tell you, when we do search warrants of residences, we are probably going to make a mess, but we are going to try very hard to get that house back into an order when we are done. We do not like to leave you in shambles because you don't need another thing to worry about. I can't promise.
Well, Sunday was laundry day, so everything's folded on the couch.
We're gonna do a lot of digging in there, and it's gonna take us a while. That being said, while that is going on, because it is going to take a long time, I want you as a dad to just do dad, okay? Do dad for your kids. Find out where y'all can go hang out,
Yes.
okay? That's what I need you to do. I am gonna turn my recorder off, but after we're done with the interview, I need to get some just like logistic data from you, okay?
That's fine.
So I'm gonna turn this off, and it's exactly 3 o'clock on the dot.
You mentioned that once you turn the recorder off, you were going to have to get some logistical data. What did you end up doing?
Well, I got his date of birth and that kind of stuff. And then I asked him if we could take his cell phone and download it. We were going to have it downloaded, and we completed a consent to search form at that time that he signed, agreeing to let me take that phone to have it downloaded.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 183. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that as?
This is the waiver of constitutional rights to a search warrant of an electronic and or a cellular device.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate copy of that consent to search form?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence States Exhibit 183.
No objection.
And so that was the one that was filled out by Colin Gray at 3:06 on September 4th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So at the end of your interview with the defendant, you said you had to give him a spiel. Is that part of rapport building?
Yes, it is. So at the end of interviews, especially in situations like this where the person is emotional, I try to get everyone back on kind of a collected field, because I know that I knew we were going to be needing to make contact with him again, and there was going to need to be a two-way road of communication. So I wanted to make sure that he understood what it was going to be like moving forward.
Okay. And so your goal is for him to remain cooperative with you?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that part of getting the consent to search form when you're talking to him, maintaining that rapport, maintaining that cooperation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So at the beginning of the interview, and then obviously there was the part that you spoke to him after your recorder was turned off. I guess the beginning of the interview was a little muffled, so I want to go through some things from the interview to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Sure.
When the defendant was talking to you, did he mention that DFACS was involved with their family when they were down in Fitzgerald?
Yes, he did.
Specifically regarding the search for how to kill your dad?
Yes, he did talk about that.
Okay, I did not hear that in the interview.
Let me see. I know that he mentioned that DFACS had been out to the house because he told me about him breaking a window, but he may not have mentioned talking about the specifics of how to kill your dad.
Okay. And then and I also wanted to see, did he mention anything about going to West Jackson Middle School?
No, I don't think he did. He just mentioned that they were living in Jefferson.
Okay. He mentioned in his interview that Colt had never done anything to make him feel like he needed to do extra monitoring on his computer. At any point did the defendant mention that the Jackson County Sheriff's Office had come out because Colt had threatened to shoot up a school or was being investigated for threatening to shoot up a school?
No, he never brought that up during the interview.
He also, during the interview, he talked about Marcy leaving and going back home after, I guess she had been up there for a few weeks. Did he at any point mention that the reason she left was because Colt and her got in a fight over the firearm or over his rifle?
No, he did not mention why she had left or what
Okay.
the altercation was about.
During the interview, it appeared somebody was chewing something. Can you tell us what that was?
Yes, if I remember correctly, he had a cup of ice. Like he was drinking a cup of ice and he was chewing up his ice while we were
Okay.
doing
Was
the
it a
interview.
QT cup?
I do believe it was a QT cup.
Okay. And when you first started talking to him, it was approximately how long after the shooting?
Approximately three and a half hours.
Okay. Okay. In that interview, you talked to him about Jenny sending him some text messages. I am going to show you these. These are text messages that are from State Exhibit 156. They are from September 4th, and they are between Jenny and the defendant. During the course of your interview, he showed you some text from Jenny. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so I want to read through first the text that he showed you from Jenny. So we'll start there at the top text.
I'm sorry.
No, Judge, we're not objecting to the text messages. We would object to them going out to the jury, but that's a conversation for later.
So Jenny sent the defendant a text message at 10:55, and can you just kind of read us through the text messages between Jenny and the defendant that he read to you?
Yes, so she sent her dad a text that said, "I'm scared," and then he responded, "It's going to be okay." And then he said, "Who did you talk to, Mama or Mamu?" And Mamu is Deborah Polhamus, his mother-in-law. And she said, 3 people are dead at the high school. Jenny responded with that. And he said, "How do you know?" in all lowercase. And then when she didn't respond, he, a couple seconds later, sent in all caps, "How do you know?" And then in all caps, he responded, "People are saying," and TJRTR was an email. And then she sent back, "Please, I'm scared. I can't call you. I'm in a lockdown." And then he asked, "What is TJRTR?" And that's when she corrected and said there. And he said, "Did you talk to Colt today?" And Jenny said, "Are you coming to the school?"
And she sent that at 11:11 a.m.
Yes, that was 11:11 a.m. And then at 11:11 he responded yes. And then the last text that he actually showed me was at 11:12, and she said thank you.
Okay, and at this time I want to read the text that the defendant did not show you. So what is the next text that Jenny sent to the defendant?
So the next text that she sent was, "They may not let us out of our lockdown thing when you arrive, but still stay." And that was at 11:15. And then at 11:15 he responded, "Well, I'm OTW," which means on the way. He says, "Have you heard from Colt?" And quite a while later, so at 12:17, she responded, "They said that the police will be escorting us in a few minutes." And then right after that, she sent IDK, which means I don't know where though. I assume the parking lot or the football field. And then she said, they also said the threat isn't in our building, so that's good. And Colin responded yes. And then she sent back, "I'm still kinda shaky though." And she says, "I'm chilling with my friends and they've been comforting." And that was at 12:19. And right after that at 12:19 still, he says, "Jenny, have you talked to your brother?" And she says, "No." And then she sends, "But I think we are thinking the same thing and I don't want to talk about it over text." That was at 12:20. And then he right after responds, "Yep, 10-4, which means clear in law enforcement terms. He says, "I'll be here in just a few. Let me know when you're back in the building and when I can come get you." And she says, "All right," with a heart emoji.
And what time was the 10-4 text and then the all right text?
The 10-4 text that he sent her was at 12:20, and the all right text was also at 12:20.
Okay. So all of these texts would have been sent and received by the defendant before you spoke to him. Is
That's
that correct? But he did not show you these.
No, he did not.
Okay. During the course of his interview, he also mentioned that when he received a text from Colt, the one about "No, I love you" and Jenny and Coley, that is when he got up and he left his job site. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, he stated in his interview that he had received a couple of text messages in a row and got off the roof, is how he phrased it.
Okay, I'm going to show you that text message, and will you read for the jury what time that text message was sent?
Yes, I will. So she sends her dad at...
Or that's Colt, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, that's from Colt. Colt sent to his dad at 10:03, "No, I love you and Jenny and Coley." And then at 10:03, he also sends, "You're not to blame." And then Colt finally sends, but still at 10:03, "For any of it." So that was at 10:03 p.m.
So based on your interview of the defendant, was your understanding that he had left the job site at 10:03?
Yes, that's what he indicated, that he got those text messages and then got off the roof to leave.
Okay. After you concluded your interview with the defendant, what did you do?
Right after I concluded my interview with him, that's when I decided that I was going to ask him, since we had established a good rapport, if he was willing to let me take his phone and consent to have it downloaded, which he did agree to and signed in the form that we previously looked at. And that was at 3:06 p.m.
And then what did you do the following day?
So the following day, I went back to the school first, Thursday morning, and had a briefing with some of the other agents from my field office. And then it was decided that I would attend the forensic interview of Jenny Gray, Colt's sister.
Okay. And can you explain what a forensic interview is?
Yes. So a forensic interview is a specialized interview process that's done by a specially trained professional. And it's a method for obtaining information from children using open-ended questions. And you ask those in a neutral and non-leading format. And then it's always age appropriate for whatever child's age you're interviewing.
And where did that interview take place?
So that took place at the Treehouse Inc. in Winder, Georgia.
And who brought Jenny to the interview?
Colin did, her father.
Was Colin the only person who brought Jenny to the interview? Was anyone else in the car, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. He was the only one that came with her.
Okay. And then after the interview was complete, did you take Jenny's phone into your possession in order to do an extraction as well?
Yes. I got consent from Colin, and he told me that would be fine. And I took her phone. It was a black and color iPhone in a silver case, I believe, and she provided me with the password.
Okay. And then after that, did you do anything else as part of the investigation?
Well, I turned that phone over to one of the Barrow County lieutenants, and then, yes, in the next couple of days, I conducted some other interviews with some witnesses, and then ultimately I took out warrants for Colin Gray.
And do you see the defendant, Colin Gray, in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him by piece of clothing he's wearing?
Yes, he's wearing a navy suit with a blue, I think it's striped undershirt.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Special Agent Ward.
Good morning.
I represent Mr. Gray. I'm going to ask some questions. If I ask a question that's ambiguous or you need further clarification, just let me know.
Sure.
All right. So, according to your testimony, you first went to Apalachee High School on September 4th.
Yes.
And after doing a couple of responsibilities there regarding clearing the different parts of the school and then meeting with everyone, you decided to relocate to Mr. Gray's residence.
Yes, my supervisor asked me to go conduct an interview.
Okay. So you arrived at Mr. Gray's residence approximately 1:25 p.m.?
Yes, it was approximately 1:25 p.m.
And I'm guessing you were not the first law enforcement officer to arrive at that residence that day?
No, when I pulled up, there were other law enforcement personnel on scene.
Okay. And at that point, if you know, had law enforcement already gone into Mr. Gray's home?
I was not aware of that at the time of starting his
okay.
interview.
All right, I'm just trying to figure out at what point you arrived. So when you get there, Mr. Gray is sitting on the tail of his pickup truck. Is that correct?
Yes, he was sitting on the tailgate of the pickup truck.
All right. And we saw your initial approach, and as you said, GBI agents don't wear body cams, so that was with someone else. However, you were able to start a conversation with Mr. Gray when he was sitting on the tailgate and ask him if he wanted to make a statement. Is that correct?
Yes, I approached him and asked him if he would be willing to do an interview with me.
Which he said he was.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And we heard it. It was a very long statement. He sounds like went in the car with you and Special Agent Maddox.
Yes. She sat in the second row, and then I sat in the driver's seat, and Colin sat in the passenger seat up front.
Okay. And then one of you had a digital recorder in order to audio record the interview. Is that correct?
Yes, I did, and I was taking it out of my folder where I had carried it over, which is why there's all that noise.
Okay. And just to kind of, because there was a little bit of noise, just to kind of hit some of the high points, you asked Mr. Gray if Colt had been aggressive or physically violent with him or anything like that, correct?
Yes, I did ask about Colt's behavior during the interview.
And Mr. Gray told you that there were instances of that had occurred in the last couple of months.
Yes.
And he indicated, I believe the way he described it in the interview was occasionally Colt would bull rush him.
Yes, he used the term bull rush.
He could see, Mr. Gray could notice a change in Colt's appearance on his face, and that would be a clue that maybe something was coming to Mr. Gray. Is that what he said?
Yes, he stated that he would observe a change in Colt.
And then Colt would bull rush him, which, tell me if this means something different to you, but to me that suggests that he would just kind of charge at Mr. Gray. Is that what your impression was, or did you clarify that?
Yes, I interpret it to mean that he would run at his father.
Okay. And that seems to make sense because Mr. Gray then told you his response in those situations was simply to hold on to Colt or to grab Colt and hold on to him.
Yes. In one instance, he said that he had held on to him until he had calmed down.
Until he would calm down, right? Okay. And there were several times in the video, but just as we're talking about this, where not the video, in the recording, where Mr. Gray indicated that he did not use corporal punishment on the children.
Yes,
Right.
he did make the statement that he didn't lay hands on his children.
Right, or use a belt or anything like that.
Yes.
Though he did certainly comment that that wasn't the way that he was brought up.
Yes, he made that comment.
Now, you also asked about mental health, counseling, things like that.
Yes.
And he told you that he had been looking into getting Colt treatment.
Yes, he said he had, in the past week specifically, been trying to get him counseling.
And he talked about speaking to someone at his school.
Yes, he said that there had been emails.
Did he, in fact, show you one of those emails?
He did.
And told you he had filled some paperwork out to send it to the school so they could get started immediately.
Yes, he stated he had completed some paperwork and sent it back.
Now, in kind of covering everything, he also told you that Colt had complained that he wasn't doing enough.
Yes, he said that he understood that Colt had made the comment that his dad wasn't doing enough for him.
And I believe that was to something he may have said to his mom, or he told his mom he felt he needed to be institutionalized or go in an insane asylum.
Yes, I understood that he had told that to maybe his mother or someone else who had then told Colin.
And Colin's response to that was his impression was Colt was venting.
Do you have that I can look at? Where that response?
Sure. I know it's been quite some time. Page.
Yes, it says, I'm like, he's just venting.
Okay. And Colin Gray, Mr. Gray, at one point said that he wanted to go through the school because he wanted a independent third party to make an unbiased assessment of Colt. Is that correct? And if you need to refresh your recollection, let me know. I know it's been over a year.
I have the transcript. I was just trying to find where exactly, I know we were discussing the Project Aware emails when yes, so he says, I asked him what the name of the counselor was at the school, and he didn't have it in front of him. He said he would check the email, and then he said that Project Aware was a third-party counseling, and I said that I understood that.
And approximately, and maybe this will help depending on your transcript, about 21 minutes and 26 seconds into the interview, he says that his wife and his mother-in-law are somewhat involved in the counseling decisions as well.
He said that he didn't want them to make those determinations, his wife or his mother-in-law, that he wanted somebody third party to do it.
Someone, a third party that didn't know anybody in the family.
Yes, that's what he said.
To make an unbiased assessment.
Yeah, his exact words were to say, this is what we need to do.
Okay. And he talked about being in communication with Colt during this time, whether it be in talking or sending text messages.
When you say this time, what do you mean by that?
Sure. Thank you for asking me to clarify. During the first couple of weeks of school.
Yes, he had been in communication with his son who was living in his house.
And he showed you a text message, for example, that said, it takes a lot of guts to do what you're doing, to go walking back into school after all this time. I said, you're doing this right, and I'm super proud of you. Do you recall him saying that during the interview?
Yes, I'm looking at it in the transcript. Yes,
Okay.
he said that.
Okay. And he gave you several examples during the course of your interview with him of his efforts to be positive with Cole. Is that fair to say?
He mentioned multiple times that he had sent him what he called pep talks.
Right. Even if there was something that he didn't like, Mr. Gray didn't like, such as the dye job on the hair, he told you he was still positive.
Yes, he
Told Colt
told,
it looked good.
yeah, he told Colt that it looked good.
He did go over some issues he had with Colt going to school and taking the bus to school. Is that right?
What reference are you referencing when you
Sure.
say some issues?
Sure. So, for example, he told you that the normal routine, he would take his youngest son, personally, he would take his youngest son to school. Is that right?
Yes, he said he took Junior to school personally.
And then afterwards, it would be up to his daughter and Colt to get on the bus themselves.
Yes, that's correct.
And he would have already been gone and on his way to work by then.
That's what he indicated to me.
Okay. And so obviously it sounds like there were some issues with Colt not getting onto the bus
Yes.
as he was supposed to do.
Yes, there were some issues with him actually following through and making it to the school.
And he told you that he had had conversations with Colt about that.
Yes, he gave me some example text messages where he had talked to him about missing school.
And in the statement, he talked about there could be issues with truancy.
Yes, he made the comment that he would end up in truancy court, Colin would, if Colt didn't attend school.
And when he referenced the issue in August where Colin Gray referenced the issue in August when his mother-in-law and father-in-law came up to the home, he told you that he had a discussion with Colt about how you're playing into their hands. You're making it look like I don't know what's going on.
Yes, I'm not sure that it was August, I don't have the date in front of me, but he did make the
Yes, ma'am.
comment that it was making him look like he basically didn't know where his kids were at all times.
So didn't know if they were in school or not in school.
Correct.
Now, just to kind of jump forward a little bit, he indicated that he bought Colt a rifle for Christmas,
Yes.
and that would have been in December of 2023.
Yes, he said it was the Christmas prior, so we were in September of 24, so yes, December of 23.
Okay. And the purpose of this was to hunt, deer hunting.
Yes, he indicated that it was for them to do bonding activities.
Right.
To go hunting.
And also to go to the shooting range.
Yes, he indicated that they had intended to go to the shooting range.
Did he indicate that they had, and I'm about 29 minutes into the interview, did he indicate that they had actually gone to the shooting range a couple of times?
Yes, he said, we've gone to the shooting range a couple of times just so he learns gun safety.
So they learned, Colt learned gun safety, they did some range tests.
Yes, he stated that they had done a range test together.
And at some point you asked him, Mr. Gray, where the guns were stored.
Yes.
He told you they were stored in the top of his closet in his bedroom.
Yes, initially he stated that that's where the guns were kept.
Right.
In the top of his closet in his bedroom, but then later he changed that statement.
Right, we'll get to the second statement, but initially he told you, top of my closet, in my bedroom, clips are separated, nothing's loaded.
Yes, that was his exact sentence.
Okay. He later indicated prior to school that he had purchased a red dot scope for Colt.
Can you give me a reference of where that would be in his statement?
Of course. It's almost immediately after he said that he kept the guns in the top of his closet in his bedroom, about 30 minutes and 14 seconds into the interview.
Yeah, so he says he bought him a little laser 223 on Amazon so that his scope could be four-sided. That was his sentence.
Okay, thank you. Initially, he told you that ammo was stored in a in a box in the carport.
Yes, it was in a box, he said, in the carport.
Now, as we move forward, he discussed an issue that had come up with his wife, Marcy Gray. I'm going to go forward to about 34 minutes into the statement he gave to you, where he said that she had made a couple of threats. And it appears to be around 34 minutes and 10 seconds into the statement. That helps.
Could I see it? Because I don't have 34 minutes right here. I have 33 to 35.
Gotcha. Right there.
Yes, okay, I see it on my transcript.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Yes, she says that, he says she had made a couple of threats.
He did not tell you that Marcy had threatened to kill Colin.
No.
Specifically.
No, he did not tell me that during the interview.
And he did not tell you that Marcy had threatened to kill Cole specifically.
No, he did not tell me that.
Okay. He just said we were all kind of worried because she wasn't in her right mind.
Yes, that's what he said.
And he said that Colt was upset about that whole incident.
Yes, he said Colt was pissed about that.
Okay. And he did describe that there were some trust issues between Colt and his mother as a result of her addiction.
Yes, he indicated that there were some issues between them due to issues, he didn't specifically say addiction, but he said they did have issues between them.
Okay. Did he say it was triggering for Colt to see his mom in bed all day, for example?
Well, he stated that it would be triggering for all of the children if their mother laid in bed.
Okay, so that would be all three, Jenny, Colt, and Coley Jr.
Yeah, he said it was triggering for the kids.
You asked if Colt had access to a computer.
Yes.
You asked if Colt had his own cell phone.
Yes.
You asked about Colt's use of the computer.
Yes.
And you asked if Colin Gray was able to supervise that use or ever go onto the computer to see what Colt was doing.
Yes, I did ask him that.
And I believe he indicated that Colt had, he called it codes, but it sounds like he was referring to passwords, that the computer was password protected.
Yeah, can you tell me where that was at?
I can. It might take me a minute as well. That's going to be a little further into the statement. Just kind of kick back. Give me 1 second. That's about an hour, 1 minute and 38 seconds into the statement, and I can approach if you need to, if you don't have that specific time.
Okay, I found it.
Okay.
Yeah, so he says that Colt keeps everything coded because he's afraid that I'm going to do it.
He also indicated that there were firewalls.
He indicated that it was coded, whatever he meant by
Okay.
that.
And shortly after making that statement, did he indicate that he's got all these firewalls in shit where I don't know?
Yes, he stated that sentence, firewalls and shit.
And if you know for the jury, what is a firewall?
I'm not a computer programmer, but it is a type of block you can put up on your computer
Okay.
in very layman's terms.
That's fine, thank you. And so do you know, so Colin agreed to talk to you,
Yes.
right? He agreed to allow you to take his phone,
Yes.
and you had indicated you wanted to download the contents of the phone.
Yes.
He allowed you to take Jenny's phone.
Yes.
He consented to the search of Jenny's phone, I guess is a better way of asking that question.
Yes, he did, but we also obtained a search warrant.
Okay. And obviously, when you said you wanted to search Jenny's phone, that means extract the contents of the phone?
Yes, we had the intention of downloading it as well.
Okay. He talked about the text that Colt sent him on September 4th that morning.
Yes, he showed me some of the text messages that they had had that morning.
Okay. And he indicated to you that his first thoughts were that there had been some issue at the school with someone making fun of his hair,
Yes, he stated at first that's what he thought.
and that may have led to some type of a fist fight or putting hands on each other, I believe he referred to it as.
Yeah, that's what he said he was speculating at the time.
Right, okay. Going further, just to kind of get into his parenting, he talked about working to improve communication skills with his kids.
Where's that at?
Well, he refers to the bubble. That might help jog your memory.
Yes, he talks about how he
Okay.
created a bubble for them to enter into.
And the purpose of that was to freely communicate with his children about what other issues might be going on in their lives without fear of consequence, repercussion, judgment.
Yes, he indicated that the kids could step into the bubble, if you will, to talk about whatever they needed to.
Okay. You asked him about pictures on the wall of Colt's bedroom.
No, I asked him if he had seen any posters, pictures. I listed out a whole bunch
Okay.
of different things.
And he mentioned that 2 days prior, there had been a picture on the wall. Is that correct?
Yes, do you have a reference of where that was?
I don't, but let me
Okay.
see if
I know
I
what
can
you're talking about.
find it. Okay. And just the important part of that was, Colin indicated to you that he did not know who the subject of the photograph was.
Yes, he did not know who the subject of the photograph that Colt had put up where some kind of redheaded rocker had previously been on the wall was.
Right. And the response that he got from Colt was more along the lines of, well, you don't know who that is?
Yes.
You don't know who that person is?
That's what he asked him, yeah.
Okay. And later on, it sounds like that same day or very shortly after, the photograph came off the wall, according to Colin.
Yes, according to Colin, the next time he looked in there, the photograph had been taken down, or the picture.
And that's when Colt told him who the person was, or what the significance of the person was.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your role in this investigation, you said you interviewed several other people as well.
Yes, I did.
Were you present for an interview with Marcy Gray?
Yes, I was present for most of the interview, not the entire interview.
Most of the interview, okay. And were you, I'm not sure how y'all define this, were you essentially the lead investigator in this case or no?
No, I was
Okay.
not.
All right. So when you were present for the interview with Marcy Gray, at any point did she tell you, if you can remember, and I only mean obviously the parts that you were present for, did she indicate to you that Colt had reached out to Nicholas Cruz?
She stated that he had referenced school shootings such as Columbine and Sandy Hook,
Right.
and that he had an interest in school shooters. But without you showing me where she said that, I can't say if she specifically said Nicholas Cruz.
I guess the question is, based on your memory and looking at the documents you're looking at, she never told you specifically that Colt had been either in contact with Nicholas Cruz or attempting to contact Nicholas Cruz.
Without going all the way back through this transcript, I cannot answer if she specifically said the name Nicholas Cruz.
Well, I guess the more important question is, did she mention to you that he was in communication with Nicholas Cruz at that time? At that time being the weekend prior to the shooting.
Like I said, without me rereading this transcript, I can't answer whether or not she
Okay.
stated anything about Nicholas Cruz specifically, whether or not he had been in communication with him or.
Well,
or
then,
not.
before you do that, let me ask you one more question, because it might help when you're going through the transcript. Did she indicate to you during your interview that you sat for with Marcy Gray, did she indicate that she had been searching on her phone, why do parents go to jail in school shootings, or topics of that nature?
Without reviewing this entire transcript, I cannot answer that specific question.
Okay. Would that have been relevant information for your investigation?
Would what be relevant?
So if she had information that Colt was in communications with Nicholas Cruz immediately preceding the shooting, days within the preceding the shooting, would that have been relevant to your investigation?
Well, at that time, I'm just taking everything she's telling me.
Okay.
So there's no weight of relevance or not at that time, because
Right.
I'm marking down everything that she's telling us.
If she were doing searches on her phone about Marcy Gray, doing searches on her phone about school shooters on or about August 29th, and about parental liability for school shooters on or about August 29th, is that something you would have wanted to know?
But anything that she told me is something I would have wanted to know at that time because of how early it was in the investigation.
Okay.
So anything was valuable that Marcy was telling us about her son.
Okay. So that would have been valuable.
If she had said that to me,
Right.
as with anything else she told me, it would have been valuable.
And had she said that to you, it would be in that transcript?
It would have been on our audio recording.
Okay.
That is the
Right.
exact verbatim account of what she told us, would have been on a digital recorder that either I or Amelia Maddox, who was the lead interviewer for that interview, would have
Correct.
had.
Okay. And then the same question for, had she told you in that interview with yourself and Special Agent Maddox that Colt had been communicating with a school shooter in Florida, or attempting to communicate with a school shooter in Florida the weekend preceding this school shooting, that would be on the audio tape?
Yes, if she said something about that, it would have been
Yes.
captured on the audio recording.
Okay. And you have no recollection, as we sit here today, of her saying either of those things?
I have no recollection of that without rereading this to answer your question thoroughly.
Okay. Well, go ahead and just kind of review the transcript and see if you can find anything like that.
I mean, I can take a lunch break, but if you want to have time for that, I mean, I don't know how much cross you have left.
This is it. So I'll leave it to the court. I will ask Agent Ward, about how long is the transcript?
This interview with her was an hour and 19
Okay.
minutes in length, so it
Okay.
would take me quite some time to thoroughly look over this and answer that specific of a question.
Okay.
If you want a lunch break, I'll take a lunch.
We probably should give the jurors a lunch break so they're not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess till 1:10 tomorrow.
speak with Mr. Allen. He indicated that he was planning on filing a motion to basically not allow us to call based on psychiatric things that are going on. So I think we just told him we would get back with him later today, let him know whether he needed to file that or not.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we are with that. Kind of depends on what the court wants to do about bringing Colt in and letting him, the fifth here in court or not.
In front of the jury.
In front of the jury.
And this, we want y'all approach. You good?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you ready?
I kind of thought it was too.
He forgets I drive him home.
At your discretion. That's mine. Is it still 54? Yeah.
That'll be testing.
Like a little white noise.
All right, John. All right, you can resume your cross, Mr. Hobbs.
Thank you, Judge. All right, just to kind of orient us back to where we were before lunch, have you had a chance to review the transcript of Marcy Gray for the interview that you were present for the majority of?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Having reviewed that transcript, isn't it true that Marcy Gray never volunteered the information to you that Colt had been actively communicating or attempting to communicate with Nicholas Cruz the weekend before the shooting?
No, she never communicated that with us during the interview.
And she never communicated to you that the weekend before the shooting, she herself had been doing active searches on her phone regarding school shootings, school shooters, and parental liability for school shooters?
No, she did not tell us that information.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You ready?
Nothing from the state.
witness is a juvenile, so we just ask that the media proceed accordingly.
All right, so, let's see what meeting here on the first row. Make sure if they come in, they know Terry, but WSB, it's got to be shoulder down or chest down with the juvenile witnesses.
Thank you, Judge. And the state calls Jenny Gray. All right, I'm just going to have you go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to start by just having you tell us your name.
My name is Jenny Gray.
And Jenny, how old are you?
I'm 14.
Okay. What grade are you currently in?
9th grade.
And tell us a little bit about what kind of things you like and that you like to do.
I like listening to music in my spare time, and I like reading.
Okay, great. Jenny, do you have any siblings?
Yes.
And tell me what their names are.
My oldest brother is named Colt Gray, and my youngest is Colin Gray.
How much older than you is Colt Gray?
He's 1 year older.
And how much younger than you is Coley Gray?
Ish, like, I'd say 4.
About 4 years younger?
Yeah.
So a good bit younger.
Mhm.
And then you and Colt are like pretty close in age.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are your biological mom and dad?
Marcy Gray and Colin Gray.
Okay. Does Colin Gray also go by Coley?
Mm.
Okay. And do you currently live in Barrow County?
No, ma'am.
And I don't need you to say their names or anything, but who do you live with now?
My foster parents.
Okay. Do you currently have any contact with your biological parents?
No, ma'am.
And do you currently have any contact with your brother Colt?
No, ma'am.
When was the last time, other than Coley, that you had any contact with anyone in your biological family?
I'd say 2 years ago.
Okay. So basically since early September of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that your choice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Jenny, I'm going to start by talking a little bit about your life growing up. Did y'all move around a lot with your family when you were growing up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if I asked you to tell me all the dates and specific places and times and stuff, would that be hard for you to do?
Extremely, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to take you back to October of 2023. So that was during your 7th grade year when you moved back up to Barrow County with Colin Gray. Do you know what time frame I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you moved up there during your 7th grade year, who all was living in your house at that time?
My father, my older brother, and my younger brother.
Okay. And was this the same house that y'all lived in up until September of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to me where everyone would sleep in that house.
So I would sleep in the master bedroom.
Okay.
And then my father and my younger brother would share a room across from my room. And then Colt had his own room. It was like the smallest one.
Okay. And did you consider the room that was like next to Colin and Coley's room to be Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did that room always have a bed in it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When it didn't have a bed in it, where would Colt sleep?
When it didn't have a bed, he'd sleep in like our laundry room place.
Okay.
Where our washing and drying.
Okay. Thank you. So you said Colt was 1 year older than you, so was he 1 grade ahead of you growing up?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were in 7th grade, should he have been in 8th grade?
Yes, ma'am.
And when y'all first moved up from Fitzgerald to Barrow County in what would have been your 7th grade year, were there a few months before any of you got enrolled in school?
Yes, ma'am.
What did y'all do during the day during that time period?
We would just sit at the house, and sometimes Coley would go with my dad to his work. But
Okay. Was your dad working full-time during that time?
yes, I think so.
Okay. And y'all were just home when he went to work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When y'all were just home, you said Coley went with your dad sometimes to work, so sometimes he would go with him and sometimes he would stay home with y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whenever Colin would leave y'all alone at the house, did he lock up the guns in the house or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So talking about that same time frame, after y'all move up here, you said you're not in school for a few months. At some point, did you and Coley get enrolled in school in February of your 7th grade year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what middle school were you going to at that time? Was it Heyman Morris Middle School?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And was that middle school that was right next to the high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in Barrow County?
Yes.
Perfect. So you start going in 7th grade. Did Colt ever go to school that first year y'all moved here? So when you were in 7th grade and he should have been in 8th?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Colin ever talk about why he didn't make Colt go to school?
Yes, ma'am, but not directly to me.
Okay. Did you ever hear anything that he said about it?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember.
I remember him being stressed over Colt's mental issues.
Okay.
And kind of hesitating to enroll him in that because of his mental issues.
Because of his mental issues. Okay, thank you. So again, I'm still talking about that same kind of time frame. Tell me about what a normal day for your family would look like back then.
I would go to school, and then, well, my dad would go to work, and Coley would go to school, and then I would go to school, and then Colt stayed at the house until we got home.
What would y'all usually do like in the evenings after school?
We just go and do our own thing. We wouldn't really do anything together like as a family.
Okay. So did y'all like go out much as a family, like to the park or the playground, anything like that?
Sometimes, but not every day.
Okay. And did you ever do you remember going to the shooting range with Colin and Colt at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and again, I'm not going to ask you to tell us exactly when that was. Was that one time or more than one time that you
Just
remember?
one time.
Okay. And do you remember Colin and Colt ever going to the shooting range again after that time y'all all went together?
I don't remember.
Okay. Jenny, tell me a little bit about how your relationship was with Colt during this time.
We were close. I mean, I definitely think that, he was closer kind of to me more than, our parents or Coley or, friends at school, like that kind of thing.
Okay.
But it was definitely close.
Okay. And how was Colt's relationship with Colin?
Sometimes it would be good and sometimes it wouldn't.
Okay. Would they fight a lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of things would they fight about?
They would fight a lot about Colt not getting his way with things.
Okay. Would that like set Colt off if he didn't get his way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did it look like when we're talking about them fighting?
Sometimes it would be, just yelling back and forth at each other, and sometimes it would be physical.
Okay. And when we're saying physical, kind of describe that for me.
There would be, punches thrown, a lot of shoving, just a lot of contact with each other.
And would that be both ways?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so from Colt and Colin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Colt ever damage anything in the house when he was mad?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if he put any holes in doors or walls in that house that y'all were living at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember specifically the door to your room, him putting a hole in it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was your relationship like with Colin?
It was all right. I mean, I think I was, close with him, but he definitely thought I was closer than I was with him.
Okay. Would he confide in you about things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Even though you were pretty young at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he confide in you specifically about struggles he was having with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
What kinds of things would he talk to you about regarding Colt?
Mainly just about his mental issues and how he wanted to get Colt help, but he didn't really know how to take that first step. So
Okay. And how often would you say he would bring that up?
definitely after they would have like, you know, fights and stuff. And then if I were to bring it up, you know, he would say that, you know, trying to excuse it.
Okay. Would you say that was kind of a pretty regular topic of conversation in your house?
I'd say so, yes.
Okay. Did Colin ever talk about getting Colt medication?
Not to me directly, no.
Okay. Did you ever hear him talking about it?
I think I recall him talking to my grandma about it.
Okay.
And maybe like the school, but that's the most.
Did he ever just talk about getting Colt into therapy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that something he talked to you and other people about?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever ask for your advice? I know, again, that you were young, but did he ever ask for your advice about what to do with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me what you remember telling him.
I remember I was I didn't really know how to respond a lot because I wasn't really expecting an adult to ask me advice about that. But
Sure.
when I did give a response, I just, you know, tried to get him to talk to other adults about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about finding safer ways to store the guns in the house? Did Colin ever talk about that?
Yes.
Did he ever do anything to make the guns in the house safer or stored in a secure way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And Jenny, we are going to pull up a text message exchange. It's between you and Colin's phone. And this is from State's Exhibit, I believe it's 158. Okay. 160. Okay. So it's previously been put into evidence of State's Exhibit 160. And this is going to be a text message exchange between you and Colin from your phone from July 3rd of 2024. And we're also going to pull that up on the screen. It's going to show up in front and behind you.
Any issues, Mr. Defense?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
So have you reviewed these text messages before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm just going to read through these specifically, and I'll ask you, do you remember this exact text conversation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to read through them, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. So this was from you to Colin. You said, hey, I think he calmed down. And Colin says, he doesn't calm down that quick. And Jenny, I can't live like this. It's seriously not good. Colin then goes on to say, it tears me up. I just want him happy. And man, he calls me everything, like he calls me everything in the book. So you said you don't remember the specific text conversation, but is this a good example of kind of how Colin would talk to you about Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He said he calls me everything in the book. Would Colt swear a lot at Colin when he was mad?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you another text message exchange, and this is between you and Marcy. This is from July 20th of 2024. And this has previously been tendered into evidence. I believe it states 160.
No objection.
And looking at that, do you remember this specific conversation?
Faintly, I do, yes.
Okay, so you remember what's being talked about, but maybe not the exact words?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fair? Okay. So I'll read through it, and then we'll talk about it. So this was from Colin's phone. It says, Colt had a horrible panic attack last night. And you said, why? He said, not really, or his phone said, not really sure, Basically had to drag him into daddy's bedroom and hold him for like 10 minutes while we did deep breathing, LOL. You said, so he just started like freaking out. And they said he came into the living room and asked us to call 911. Then he just started crying really loud. It scared the shit out of everybody. They then say, I've told him we're taking him to the doctor next week, gonna schedule an appointment for when you and Mamie come back so she can drive us. So I know I said that was from Colt's phone, but when you're reading that, who did that appear to be talking?
Oh, my mother.
Okay. And you said you remember the situation surrounding it. Where were you when these texts were going back and forth?
I was at my grandma's house in Fitzgerald.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Colt ever get any kind of appointment like was being referenced there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go back up to Barrow County pretty shortly after that exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. So when Colin was the only adult at home, would you say that he was a strict parent?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever try to control what y'all watched or did on your phones or did on your computers?
No, ma'am.
Where would he spend most of his time? And by him, I mean Colin. Where would he spend most of his time at home?
In his room.
In his room? Where would Colt spend most of his time?
In his room.
Okay. And by his room, you mean Colt in his own room, Colin in his own room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I previously referenced there being guns in the house. How many guns do you remember knowing about in the house?
I can say I remember at least 3.
At least 3?
Yes.
Okay. And were any of those guns specifically Colt's gun?
Maybe.
Okay. Were any of those guns kept in Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you say maybe, are you not wanting to answer as far as like ownership goes technically?
Well, I'm just confused. Like, I know they gave it to Colt,
Uh-huh.
but I don't know, like, if, like, he didn't buy it himself.
Colt didn't buy it himself.
Someone bought it for him.
Okay. And when you say someone who bought it for him, who gave it to him as the Christmas present?
My dad.
Okay. Did your dad buy Colt other accessories for that gun as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did Colt keep that gun?
In his room.
Okay. And when we say his room again, are we talking about that room that's directly across from the bathroom on the hallway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you concerned about Colt having access to guns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Colin about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ever talk to him specifically about taking the gun away from Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever do that?
No, ma'am.
Would Colt keep the door to his room open, closed, or both?
Kind of both.
Both. Okay. Did Colin ever tell you why he didn't take the gun away from Colt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever go into Colt's room to talk to him?
Sometimes.
Okay. And did Colin ever go into Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Jenny, do you remember a point in time where Colt put pictures and newspaper articles of and about Nicholas Cruz on his wall?
Yes, ma'am.
And what room was that in?
It was in the room across from the bathroom.
Okay. And that's the same room you said he kept his gun in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. About how long do you think he had those up for? And I know you're not going to be able to tell me like a specific days or weeks, but what kind of time frame are we talking that it was up?
Definitely over the course of like 3 to 4 months leading up to the shooting.
Okay. So in your memory, several months before the shooting it was up.
Yes, ma'am.
Once those pictures were up? Were they coming up and down, or to your knowledge, were they just up on the wall?
They were up.
Okay. Now, did Colt start going to school finally in the fall of 2024 when he went to Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he go every day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to talk briefly about September 4th of 2024. Tell me, once Colt started going to school, when he did go to school, what was the order that everyone would leave the house in the morning?
So my dad would leave first, and then Coley, and then Colt would, and then I would.
Okay. Is that just kind of by school and bus schedule?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to your recollection, is that the order everybody left the house on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go to school that day on September 4th of 24?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you first find out that something had happened at Apalachee High School?
When we went in lockdown.
Okay. Do you remember texting with your dad about it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to show you a text message from about 12:20 on September 4th of 2024. And this, I believe, is from States 158. 156. And Jenny, do you remember those text messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are those text messages that you were sending while you were in lockdown at Heyman Morris Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to pull those up on the screen, and I'm going to read through them.
No issues, Mr. Hubbard.
So this is at 12:19 p.m. on September 4th of 2024. Colin texted you and said, Jenny, have you talked to your brother? You respond, no, at 12:19 p.m. And then at 12:20 p.m. you said, but I think we're thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text. Colin then responds, still at 12:20 p.m. He says, yep, 10-4. I'll be there here in just a few. Let me know when you're back in the building and when I can come get you. You said, I think we're both thinking the same thing. What are you referencing there?
I'm referencing that I knew pretty well that Colt was the one that was doing it, and I knew pretty well that my dad knew too.
Okay. And was that before you heard from any news, police, or anything that it was in fact Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you heard there was a shooting, did you pretty much know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you end up getting home that day on September 4th?
I took the bus home.
Okay. When you got home, was there a lot of law enforcement there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that pretty rough to come home to?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the next day, so September 5th, going up to the tree house to get what was called a forensic interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever gone back and watched that interview, reviewed the recording of it or anything to?
No.
Okay. So.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
No, ma'am.
So on that day, September 5th, who drove you to the treehouse to get that interview?
My father.
Okay. Was he the only one in the car with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you're on your way in to get that interview, did Colin tell you anything about how you should answer those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what he told you.
So he told me, like, if they asked me anything, you know, about if he knew that Colt had problems and that his problems would lead up to this, that I should basically try to cover for him, and specifically about the pictures on the walls. He told me not to tell them that he knew what they were.
Okay. And when you say pictures on the wall, do you mean the pictures of Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the news articles about Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so he told you to tell them that he, Colin, didn't know who that was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that contrary to what you had actual knowledge of?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess, would that not be truthful?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach briefly?
Jenny. I'm almost done. We're talking about that forensic interview you went to on September 5th of 2024. So at the time of the interview, the day after the shooting, did you feel pressure to cover for your dad, Colin?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time of that interview, you were 13 at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what was going to happen with you or with your family?
No, ma'am.
Were you nervous about what was going to happen with you and your family?
Yes, ma'am.
I know the interview was a long time ago, but looking back on what you do independently remember about the conversation, did you kind of downplay some things about your dad's knowledge of what was going on with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that you're in a more stable and supportive environment now than you were back then?
I'll sustain if you want to ask a more open-ended
Okay.
why, for instance.
So you testified previously that you now live with your foster parents. How does your home environment now compare to your home environment back then?
Yeah, object to relevance.
Well, I think that I'm going to overrule you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. It's definitely more stable, more loving, more family-like. We definitely do a lot more things as a family that we never would have done when we lived with my father.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have a solid support system now?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been in counseling since this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And has the counseling and the support system and the family environment all kind of helped you over the past year and a half or so?
Extremely so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Jenny, is everything that you're telling us today the truth and what you independently remember from back then?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions. They'll probably have some questions for you though, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a recess to sort through something. I don't know that it'll be very lengthy, but we'll be in recess. Daniel, you'll have some of Jean say it's not in here.
As far as is on it. And Jenny, both Jennys, she's not done yet, so if y'all just stay close.
And we'll just pause while everybody does a little bit of legal research.
No, this isn't my forte, Master Pal.
I run the law over.
Yes, sir. I'll just go ahead and step off for 5 or so. Okay.
discovery statute, it does say that if the state has anything in writing, then they have to turn that over. I think we need to call the witness back in, ask her if during the time that she was giving this statement, if anybody was taking notes. I think notes would qualify as writings.
You don't think that'd be attorney work product, like if the attorney's taking notes in the interview?
Well, if somebody's giving a statement and you're taking notes, then I would think that that's taking down a statement. So, and the case that we got is Hunt versus the State, 278 Georgia 479.
278.
Turning notes over basically good.
479. Georgia Supreme Court, 471, is that what you said?
278 Georgia 479.
Ms. Foote?
Yes, sir. Pursuant to 1716-1, statements of a witness specifically exclude notes or summaries made by counsel. So any notes or summaries that we made are not included in any statements that we are to provide. There are several cases that support that, and that's just the statute. And to act like that we would have to turn over any note that we wrote from a statement would mean that the defense would have to give us every statement that their defendant gave them. So that is patently ridiculous to act like that is the rule. The case that they cited, although OCGA 1716-7 requires the state to produce any statement of any witness that is in its possession, custody, or control of the state, that requirement applies only to statements that have either been recorded or committed to writing. That statutory obligation is not triggered when a witness merely makes an oral statement. And again, this was in a meeting with us prior to trial that she made this statement. Under Grabowski versus State, 234 Georgia Appellate Courts 222, failure of the state to produce oral and unreported statements made by the murder defendant's brother to the police did not violate the state's duty under OCGA 1761. In Hines versus State, with regard to a caseworker was allowed to testify to additional recollections. The caseworker realized about the defendant's statement that she had not written in her summary, but were oral, because that oral statement did not trigger any sort of production by the state. So the law, case after case after case, is very clear that the state does not have to provide an oral statement that a witness made to us. And I think if that were the rule, again, then every time Colin Gray gave the defense a statement, then they'd have to turn that over to us, which they clearly don't. So I think that is not the law, and to act like that we have committed some sort of discovery violation is just not true.
Well, the difference, Judge, is that here is a witness who's given a forensic interview. That's the only thing that we have.
Yes,
a forensic interview. Now, based on them having the opportunity to have this witness come into their office, take notes about things that she said now, I lied about in the previous statement. I can't imagine that the state would not be obligated to turn that over to us if they have notes concerning that issue. And that's basically what Hunt is talking about.
let me read this first.
It doesn't deal with just all witness statements. It's a statement that is being, the original statement was a forensic statement, and now the person is coming in saying something totally different. That takes it out, puts it in a totally different realm.
There's no exception for if someone makes a forensic interview statement and then tells counsel in a pretrial meeting that makes it a different legal argument. It's the same legal argument. She gave a statement. She told us something differently that they knew. They knew she told us something differently. It was written in a motion that their defendant or their client had told her to hide evidence. They were going to call a witness to talk about her changing her statement. So they knew she was going to change her statement. They get there and act like they had no idea. It's disingenuous.
What do you all say to that?
It doesn't give us any specifics at all.
What are you saying is the remedy?
I think the remedy, Judge, is to disallow the witness's testimony. Or at least give us the opportunity to have what she's going to testify to so that we can properly get ready for cross-examination on her. That would be the bare minimum.
Well, she's testified to it, Your Honor, so they have it. So, again, he is not providing any actual legal argument. It's just, this is the way things should be done argument, and that is not a legal argument, and that is not a legal requirement. And to act like we were supposed to do something that we are not, again, it is not, it's disingenuous to act like that. So we're not required to give over an oral statement that a witness gave us in trial preparation. Like, the statute actually says it. And he has not said any sort of case law that takes us out of a witness statement that is notes from counsel, or a witness statement does not include notes from a counsel. So if he has a case that says that, then okay, but they don't.
I think that's what Hunt said.
Well, let me read on. Just to confirm for the record, in the state's place, it's saying they have no written statements from Jenny.
Correct.
These were statements that were made in interviewing her for trial.
Correct. And, I mean, I am sure took notes. I don't have an independent recollection. I'm sure we took notes, Ms. Daniel and I, but she made no written statements. She signed nothing. That statement was not recorded in any manner.
I understand the unfair surprise argument, although I do also believe we all have a potential witness to testify about Jenny changing statements, and I don't know any real details about that. But I don't believe the law requires the state to provide notes of the attorneys that they made while interviewing the witness. Certainly, these are things that you, as part of what cross-examination is for, you can flesh all that out on cross. But I haven't been given any legal support to say that the state was required to turn over an oral statement made to them preparing for trial by a witness, even though that witness had given law enforcement a prior recorded interview. But anything else you'd like to put on the record with respect to that? Go ahead.
Judge, it's obvious the state said that there are notes, and that's what I think we need. I feel like certainly case law will bear that out under Hunt, that if you got notes and they're different from what a witness previously testified to, then they should be turned over.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have you'll go ahead and conduct your cross-examination. I'm not going to release her from the subpoena. And if y'all give me a case that says that their trial prep notes, as far as her statements, should have been turned over, then we can address turning those over and recalling her.
Thank you.
All right. Bring the jury first, or doesn't matter which one. Bring her first, I guess. tonight, we're adjourned.
Yes, sir.
You're ready.
All right, go see. You know, when the words left my mouth that this should be a short break, I was regretting it as they left. All right, Cross, Mr. Hobbs?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Gray.
Good afternoon.
My name's Brian Hobbs, and I'm Colin Gray's defense attorney. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, if I ask a question that doesn't make sense or is confusing, please let me know. I
Yes,
want to
sir.
make sure we're on the same page and you understand what I'm asking you. Okay. Now, this shooting incident happened on September 4th, 2024. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were interviewed and gave a statement to Miss Alicia Chandler on September 5th of 2024. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
That would have been the day after the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Much closer in time to the shooting, obviously, than today.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's been described as a forensic interview. Do you know what a forensic interview is?
No, sir.
They probably didn't tell you we want to bring you in for a forensic interview, for example.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember who you met with?
No, sir.
Does Alicia Chandler sound familiar? And if it doesn't, tell me it doesn't.
No, sir.
Okay. Like I said, this is over a year ago. There's probably some things you remember, and there's probably some things you don't remember. I'm going to ask you some questions about the statement you made on September 5th, and let's just see what we can figure out in terms of what you remember about that statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you would have been 13 years old at the time,
Yes, sir.
and that means you would have been in, what, 8th grade?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told us you were going to Heyman Morris Middle School at the time.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you were living at the house on, what was the street that the house was on? Do you remember?
No, sir.
You were living with, who else lived in the house with you? Let me ask the question that way.
My father, my older brother, and my younger brother.
Okay. Not your mom.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, your mom would visit occasionally, or your mom visited one time?
Yes, she visited occasionally. Yes, sir.
Occasionally, okay. Did she ever stay there for an extended period of time? And by extended, I mean more than a day or two?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if your mom stayed there the summer before your 8th grade year?
I can't remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what it was like when your mom stayed there?
Yes, sir.
What was it like?
It was kind of chaotic at times.
More chaotic than when mom wasn't there?
Kind of the same.
Kind of the same. Okay. And do you recall an incident where your mom and Colt got into a big argument?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember a time when they got into a big argument over the gun?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember your father texting you to find out what happened in this argument over the gun?
No, sir.
Do you remember any arguments where Cole pushed your mom to the ground?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I can't remember, sir.
Was it when you were a little kid, or was it when you were 13?
I was 12 to 13 years old, sir.
12 to 13 years old. Okay. What happened in that argument where your mom got pushed to the ground?
They got in an argument. I can't remember what it was about, but it ended with Colt going to his room and then my mother following him and trying to go and follow him into his room. And Colt didn't want that, so he pushed her out.
Okay, so your mom did go into the room.
Yes, sir.
Colt didn't want her to go into the room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was the argument, if you remember, did the argument start when Colt questioned your mother about the time she came up here threatening to kill him?
I can't remember, sir.
You don't remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if, when your mom went into Colt's room, she tried to take the gun?
Yes, sir.
She did try to take the gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, after that incident, did your mom leave shortly thereafter?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why she left?
No, sir.
Do you know if she left because she wanted to, or did someone say, come pick her up, it's time for mom to go?
I can remember her parents coming up to our house and taking her back with them.
Okay. And her parents, that would be your grandparents, right?
Yes, sir.
And who were they?
Deborah, Paul Amos, and her husband. I forgot his name though.
Okay, that's okay. What'd you call them? Grandma, grandpa?
Yeah, that stuff like that, yeah.
Stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so let's fast forward past that. So, I lied. Let's go back before that. When did you start living with your dad full time?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember why you started living with your dad full time?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
I think it was because of my mom's drug use. And they didn't want me and Coley living with her while she was using drugs, so
Okay.
they sent us with our dad.
Do you know, is that DFAX or someone else?
Yeah, I think it was defects.
Okay, if you know.
Yes.
And when that happened, had you been living with your mom in Fitzgerald?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so your dad came and picked you up,
Yes, sir.
and then he took you up to Winder.
Yes, sir.
And then you guys lived in Winder with your father, you and your brother, younger brother, Coley Jr., lived with your father and Colt here in Winder. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you guys all lived in the same house.
Yes, sir.
You had your own bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Did you have your own bathroom?
Yes, sir.
And did anybody else share a room?
Yes, sir.
Who shared a room?
My father and my younger brother.
Okay, so your father, and that would be Coley Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you refer to him? I want to make sure. Is it little Coley? How did you refer to him?
Just Coley.
Okay, so your dad and Coley shared a room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And your dad let you have the master bedroom and the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, now we're going to go back up to September of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
So your dad takes you to do the forensic interview.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was he present during the interview?
No,
Was
sir.
he sitting next to you or anything like that?
No, sir.
So you were in a room by yourself with the interviewer?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody else in the room with you?
No, sir.
Could you see your dad when you gave this interview?
No, sir.
Okay. And the interviewer asked you questions about yourself?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She probably asked you how old you were.
Yes, sir.
She asked you what school you went to.
Yes, sir.
Did she ask you what you liked, music or anything else?
Yes, sir.
So kind of started off getting to know you a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then she probably started asking you some questions about your family.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense? Did they ask you about Colt?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you what he was like?
A little bit.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that he could be twitchy?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he could be annoying?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he could be chill?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he could be closed off?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he used to like playing video games?
Yes, sir.
Did he like to play video games with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you remember, did you guys ever play Minecraft, for example?
I can't remember, sir.
You don't remember about Minecraft?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if he ever created a server for just the two of you to play on Minecraft, he being Cole?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Have you ever played Minecraft?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. All right, so there is a game called Minecraft,
Yes, sir.
but you don't remember playing it with your brother.
No, sir.
Okay. And let's see. You said that during the day, your dad would go to work, usually. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you kind of gave us an order of how that went. You said that Coley, your youngest brother, he would go to school first.
Yes, sir.
Would your dad take him to school?
Yes, sir.
So dad would leave before you and Colt would leave.
Yes, sir.
So it was up to you and Colt to get on the bus yourselves.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said Colt's bus came first and then yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did they ask you to describe your dad?
I can't remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying that your dad is energetic?
No, sir.
Do you remember saying your dad's positive?
No, sir.
Do you remember saying your dad's happy all the time?
No, sir.
Okay. They asked you about moving several times. Did y'all move a lot?
Yes, sir.
Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you about all the different addresses or anything like that. Now, you knew a little bit about why you guys moved. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did it have to do with financial issues?
Yes, sir.
Did it have to do with your mom's issues?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes you would stay with your mom, and sometimes you would stay with your dad,
Yes, sir.
and then sometimes you might stay with your grandmother.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember telling them that sometimes your mom would go back and forth between living in one house with you guys and then also living with grandma as well?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
And that was in Fitzgerald?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you moved up here to Winder, you said, well, you didn't say what the date was. Do you remember roughly the date you moved up here?
No, sir.
It's okay if you don't. But you moved up here when Defect said your dad had to come pick you up.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? Okay. Sometimes it's easier to remember events than dates. All right. Now, once you came up to Winder, would your grandmother come up here and visit you?
Not a lot, but
Okay.
I'm
So
sure.
a lot can mean a lot of different things. What's a lot mean to you?
I'm sure she's come up at least like once or twice, but it wasn't like, every other weekend or something like that.
Okay. So in the time you lived up in Winder, you think grandma came to visit once or twice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not every month, for example.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when you gave this statement in September of 2024, did they ask you about how everyone got along in the house?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
All right. How did, if you remember, how did your dad and Coley get along?
I remember they got along pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, they were close.
Did they ask you how you and your dad got along?
Yes, sir.
And what did you tell them, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did they ask you how you and Colt got along?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what you told them?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if you told them whether or not he was annoying or pestering?
No, sir.
Do you remember if you told them that you were scared of him?
No, sir.
Do you remember if you told them whether or not he put a hole in your door?
No, sir.
Put a hole in the wall?
No, sir.
Do you remember if they asked you about whether or not people get in fights in the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying if fights to you are arguments or fights to you are physical altercations? Or are they both?
They're both.
Okay. So when you say fights, you can mean arguments, but you can also mean physical stuff as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The arguments that were in your house, did they involve you? Like, were you one of the people arguing?
No, sir.
Was Coley one of the people arguing?
No, sir.
To have an argument, you usually need to have two people, right?
Yes, sir.
So the only two people left in the house are your dad and Cole, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's where the arguments were?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they every day?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer in September of 24 how often these arguments took place?
No, sir.
And since we know that your mom was up there at least one time or some of the times, were some of the arguments with your mom?
Yes, sir.
And I should clarify that. Not you and your mom, but your mom and Colt, for example.
Yes, sir.
Your mom and your dad, for example.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying that in regards to these arguments that Colt liked to instigate
Yes,
these
sir.
arguments? What does instigate mean to you?
To just, kind of add like fuel to the fire almost.
Add fuel to the fire, okay. Did, if you remember, did Colt ever start these arguments?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember telling the interviewer in that statement of September 24 that Colt could be mean?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying he would talk about how his life was a struggle?
No, sir.
About how he hates his dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt didn't like the fact that he had trouble with bullies?
No, sir.
Did they ask you if you knew anything about the bullying?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt had been transferred to a different school because of the bullying?
No, sir.
Do you remember that telling the interviewer that Colt could get really frustrated about stuff?
No, sir.
That he could get really angry and yell out stuff?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer he used to yell that he hates you?
No, sir.
That he hates his dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember if he yelled anything else at your dad or anything at your dad when they argued?
He would cuss a lot.
Colt would cuss a lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying that during these arguments you might just go into your room, put your headphones on?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whether or not you told the interviewer that Colt had threatened your dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that the arguments between Colt and your dad usually started because Colt didn't get something he wanted?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you say something he wanted, what are we talking about? Like, what would he typically want that maybe would start an argument, if you can remember?
I can remember a lot being about like his gun, like accessories for it and stuff.
Like accessories for his gun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he might ask your dad for an accessory for your gun, and your dad would say no, and that would lead to an argument.
Yes, sir.
And you would have told the interviewer that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of accessories they would argue about?
No, sir.
Now, you have testified today that there were physical fights between your dad and Colt.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And did Colt ever charge at your father?
Yes, sir.
And what would happen when he did that?
He would fight back. Like,
What would your dad do in response?
he would fight back.
Your dad would fight back? How?
Yeah.
Specifically?
He would just try to get him to stop, like, push him to the ground, stuff like that.
Okay. Would he ever put him in a bear hug?
Yes, sir.
Grab and hold him until he calmed down?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said earlier in describing physical altercations, are you saying your dad would make a fist and try and hit Colt with his fist?
Yes, sir.
And you would have told that to the interviewer when they asked that question in September of 2004, right?
If I can remember.
Okay. Colt would try and punch your dad?
Yes, sir.
Would you have told the interviewer that?
I don't remember.
Okay. What would happen when your dad made a fist and swung at Colt? Would he hit him?
What do you mean?
Well, you said your dad would make a fist, right?
Yeah.
And that they would punch at each other, right?
Yes.
So what would happen when that happened? What did you see?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that you never saw your dad hit Colt?
No, sir.
That you never saw your dad kick Colt?
No, sir.
That you never saw your dad choke Colt?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer any of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that in these altercations, once Colt would calm down, typically he would end up throwing something?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that there were usually stages to these fights?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer there was a fight about a month before school started between your dad and Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad didn't really know about anything Colt was doing on his computer?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt was very watchy about his privacy and stuff?
No, sir.
Was Colt concerned about the privacy on his computer, to your knowledge?
I think a little bit, you know.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would use burner accounts?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would delete his accounts after a week or two?
Yes, sir.
You do remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know why he would delete his accounts?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that the names of his accounts were just random combinations of letters and numbers?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would be on websites like Tumblr,
No, sir.
websites like YouTube,
No, sir.
Twitch,
No, sir.
Discord,
Yes, sir.
Pinterest?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer on Pinterest Colt would make boards about like inspiration and vibes?
No, sir.
People that he looked up to?
Yes, sir.
Aesthetics?
No, sir.
Do you know who some of the people would be on his Pinterest board?
Not by name, no.
Do you remember Colt talking to you about school shooters?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would act as if you knew who they were?
Yes,
These
sir.
shooters. Did you know who they were before he told you?
No, sir.
Were you interested in any of those folks?
No, sir.
Would you act like you were when you talked to Colt?
No, sir.
And you didn't tell the interviewer that? You did not tell the interviewer you would act as if you were interested when he told you about the school shooters?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
Okay. You remember telling the interviewer Colt would act like that kind of stuff was normal,
Yes, sir.
that it was common knowledge?
Yes, sir.
You would say that some of the stuff that he would put on the Pinterest boards, did you tell the interviewer he would also print out photos of them
Yes, sir.
or print out articles
Yes, sir.
and stuff like that and put it on the walls?
Yes, sir.
Would your dad ever go into Colt's room?
Yes, sir.
Would your dad ever go into the computer room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad usually never goes in there?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer why Colt would change his account so much?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell the interviewer it was because he was nervous about police?
No, sir.
That he was nervous about the FBI?
No, sir.
That he was eerie about that kind of stuff?
No, sir.
That he would try to avoid anything that's connected to them?
No, sir.
That he would try his best to hide himself?
No, sir.
You didn't tell any of that stuff to the interviewer?
Not that I remember, no.
Not that you remember. Okay. you remember telling the interviewer that the account names were just clusters of numbers and letters and stuff that Colt used?
No, sir.
That his usernames or account names were just random sequences of these different letters and numbers?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling them that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would watch stuff on YouTube?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling him that he would watch court videos?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer he would watch footage of other people?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer Colt would watch videos of people he looked up to?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer what he would watch on Twitch?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would talk to you, Colt would talk to you on Discord?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Discord was one of those that he routinely changed his name very quickly, his username?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would look stuff up about different people on Reddit?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would have friends that he spoke to on Discord?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer on the morning of the shooter that Colt was acting kind of different?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt told you about making a video?
Yes, sir.
Why did that seem strange or weird?
I forgot, sir.
Do you remember when Colt left for school that morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing a big piece of poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Was it wrapped up, the poster board?
Yes, sir.
Was there a hat on top of the poster board?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if the poster board, and I think I just asked this, but bear with me, the poster board stuck up out of the backpack?
Yes, sir.
Did you think that was strange? That he had this giant poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
How long had you been in school at that point?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
So, no, you're okay, that's fine. September, when did school start?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay, had you been in for like a couple weeks?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, had Colt been going to school consistently or not consistently at that time?
Not consistently.
Okay. Did you ask Colt about the poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if he said anything about what it was?
He said that it was for a project at school.
Did that seem strange to you?
Not at the moment, no.
You said that, do you remember telling the interviewer that you and Colt would text each other a lot?
No, sir.
Did you guys text each other a lot? And a lot's one of those weird words that can be different. Did you guys text?
Yes, sir.
How often would you text each other? Per day. Let's just use a one day as an example.
We wouldn't text every day, but when we did, it wasn't like long conversations, I don't think.
Okay. Did he ever text you any memes?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember any specific ones?
No, sir.
You said you saw pictures in, and let me ask you this. You said you saw pictures on the wall that Colt had put on the wall.
Yes, sir.
What room was that in?
It was the room across from the bathroom.
Across from the bathroom. Okay. Did you know were they photographs of people?
Yes, sir.
Did you know who the photographs of the people in the photographs were?
Not by name, but I knew that they had something to do with shootings.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad didn't know who those people were?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt wouldn't talk around that kind of stuff around your dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt was allowed to be around guns?
Yes, sir.
You remember telling the interviewer that Colt and his dad would go to the shooting range sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that they would go to the range once a year, something like that?
No, sir.
Do you think it was more often?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. And do you remember telling the interviewer that the guns were long guns that they would go to the range with?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that when Colt would get into these arguments or fights with your dad, he never had the gun?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that you and your dad had had a conversation about Colt having anger issues?
Yes, sir.
And is that when you were talking to your dad about trying to find him a therapist?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad was very close to having a therapist or counselor set up for Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation with your dad about Colt being suicidal?
No, sir.
About Colt being homicidal?
No, sir.
Wanting to hurt someone else?
No, sir.
Do you remember having conversations with your dad where he said he was worried about Colt?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever nervous around Colt?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer you were nervous after arguments with Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad wanted to get Colt on medication?
Yes, sir.
Did you remember? Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would talk to you about looking up these people he looked up to?
No, sir.
You remember telling the interviewer that Colt tried to be discreet about it?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer when she asked you about the shooting on the 4th that you could kind of see it coming?
Yes, sir.
And you told her that you could see it coming because when he left on the bus, you saw the open book bag.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? You saw the poster board sticking 1.5 feet, 2 feet out of it, right?
Yes, sir.
He had had a weird attitude that morning.
Yes, sir.
And then after he left, you told the interviewer that you went into his room, right?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that after Colt left, you went into his room and didn't see his guns anywhere?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. You testified earlier that you're living with foster parents now.
Yes,
And
sir.
I don't want you to tell me any information about them or where or anything like that, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You said the state asked you to compare your home life now to your home life then, right?
Yes, sir.
You said that your home life now is more loving.
Yes, sir.
You said it's more stable.
Yes, sir.
You said it's more family oriented.
Yes, sir.
You're in therapy or counseling now.
Yes, sir.
You said that you're not in contact at all with your old family.
Yes, sir.
That includes your dad, right?
Yes, sir.
Your mom,
Yes, sir.
your grandparents.
Yes, sir.
And don't tell me where, you're currently in school.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And don't tell me what it is, but isn't it true that the last name you have in school is not Gray?
And Judge, I'm gonna object to that. I don't know why that's relevant.
It's going to go to bias.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Can we approach?
Yes.
talked about. And then on the 5th, the
Let me see. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I'm almost done. So, just to kind of recap where we were, you do not remember telling the interviewer that after Colt left, and this is going back to that September 5th, 2025 interviewer with Miss Chandler, you do not remember telling her that after Colt left, you went into his room and didn't see the gun anywhere.
I do not remember, sir.
Okay. Have you spoken to the district attorney about this case before today?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, more than once?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you discussed this case with other court officials?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't think so.
When was the first time you told someone that your dad had asked him to cover for you?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Has anyone ever told you that if your dad wins this trial, you may not be able to be adopted by the family you're currently with?
No, sir.
Do you hope to stay with the family you're currently with?
I don't know, sir.
Are you saying today that you lied to that interviewer in September of 2024?
What do you mean?
When you gave that interview in September 2024 to Miss Chandler, did you lie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when was the first time you told someone that you lied?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. All right. So you're currently in a situation where you have a more stable family life.
Yes, sir.
It's more loving.
Yes, sir.
It's more family oriented, I think you discovered. You
Yes, sir.
described it.
Yes, sir.
Less drama,
Yes, sir.
less chaos,
Yes, sir.
and you'd like to stay with the family you're currently with.
Yes, sir.
And you've broken off all contact with your old family.
Yes, sir.
And you certainly don't want to go through life known as the sister of the school shooter,
Yes, sir.
or the sister who knew that he had taken his gun to school and didn't tell anyone.
And I'm gonna object to that.
Specifically, what's the objection?
I mean, I think he's badgering the witness. I don't know that it's relevant. It's just an inappropriate question.
Goes to bias.
It's a
And staying in your current situation, that's all a lot easier if your dad's convicted at trial, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No, sir. That's what just excuse.
She can leave, as I mentioned earlier, she'll remain under subpoena until, for now. You're free to go today. State, can you call us next week?
State calls Jason Smith to the stand. If you raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you give, matter not opinion for this court, will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth.
Yes, I do.
All right, have a seat, please. And if you could introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jason Smith.
Could you spell that last name for the court reporter?
It's S-M-I-T-H.
Could you tell us what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a criminal investigator with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 16 years now.
Okay. And what are your duties? What do you do for there?
So we are assigned. It can be anything from responding to the actual scene when something first occurs to being assigned a case much after patrol has gone. So we have a thing called a queue, and our cases are most typically assigned to us. But if it's a big case, we'll respond to scene.
Okay. I want to take your attention to September 4th, 2024. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were you doing that morning?
That morning we were just coming in and doing like we normally do, just come in, review our emails, go through phone calls, begin working our cases, calling people when we received a call of an active. I'm sorry, 1 second.
Okay, take time.
When we received a call of an active shooter.
Tell me about how that call came in. What was the mechanism of that?
So that actually came through on the radio. We listen to the radio throughout the day, so we can hear when calls like that come in. Certain people in the building had access to an app called Syntegix. So certain people received it on their phone, but the way that we kind of found out in CID was over the radio.
And what does CID stand for?
CID is the Criminal Investigations Division.
So that's the other investigators and you?
Yes.
Okay. So when you find out over the radio, what do you do?
We immediately left there, ran lights and sirens to Apalachee High School, which is approximately 5 miles from the office.
Okay. And what did you see when you arrived at the school?
So when I arrived at the school, there was a large number of people. Sorry.
Were you one of the first to arrive? Would you? People have referred to like waves.
Yeah, so I would say that I was in the second or third wave of people that arrived. There was a large number of patrol cars.
Where did you park your vehicle?
There was a large number of patrol cars going in the school, and I didn't want to wait to get up to the school. So I parked down by the softball field.
Okay. And how did you enter the school?
I entered the school near the attendance office. I ran through the kind of the atrium there where the flagpole is out front.
I was going to show you this map. I'll probably just pull up the main map.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, full one. Good one. Yeah, okay. So, I'm going to get you a pointer real quick.
Okay.
You can use this to kind of describe what we're talking about. So where did you enter at?
So I entered. I believe the attendance office is somewhere in this area, so I would have entered right around here.
Okay.
Nearest to the cafeteria entrance.
Okay. When you arrived, did you understand whether or not the school had been secured yet, or was it still in the process of being secured, or what did you know about that aspect of it?
The last thing that I heard over the radio was that they had one suspect in custody and was unsure if there was a second shooter.
Okay, so y'all were still actively trying to secure the school?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what did you do?
So I went in and I got a briefing from some SROs that were already there. They were allowing us entry into the school. and kind of letting us know, giving us updates. So I paired up with some of the SROs and went around and cleared the north and west areas of the school.
Okay. And when you were clearing, what were you finding?
Basically, when we were going through and looking for, is there another shooter? Are there injured persons in this classroom? Just kind of making notes along the way as our observations and relaying that back to people that were in other parts of the school.
Okay. When you were arriving at the different classrooms, were the kids still in the classrooms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were y'all checking and then leaving, or were you escorting the children out at that time?
At that time, we were just mainly kind of in a secure mode, making sure that there was not another active shooter, and just clearing the classrooms, making sure that no one had barricaded themselves in a classroom with the children.
Okay. At some point, were you approached and asked to do something else?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that.
I was approached by my supervisor, Lieutenant Jason Wilkerson, and he asked if I would conduct an interview with the suspect that was in custody.
Okay. And where was he located at on that map?
The suspect was located back on what's referred to as J Hall, which is in this area right here. And I believe the classroom was 2.139, and this is the area that we conducted the interview in.
Okay. How was he dressed when you saw him?
I believe he had on a white shirt, a pair of khaki pants, one shoe, and he had blonde hair.
Okay. And where did you do this interview with him?
We did this in a nearby classroom, the classroom that was closest to him.
Okay. When you spoke with him, did he give you his address?
He did.
Okay. Did you relay that to other people?
I did.
Okay. And did you notice at that time any scarring on his arm?
Not at that time, no, sir.
Okay. After interviewing the suspect, where did you do that, Tom?
After interviewing the suspect, I went to the command center, which had been set up in the media center of Apalachee High School.
Okay. And did you tell the people there what had been told to you by the suspect?
Yes, sir. I spoke with the GBI, the sheriff's office, and the FBI.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
At that point, I left the area. I went back to the area of J Hall, which is on the back portion of the school. And I went through and I conducted a walkthrough of the crime scene with Special Agent Daniela Stewart of the GBI.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
After that, I went to a nearby classroom and reviewed video surveillance footage of the shooting itself.
Okay. So after talking to the suspect, walking through the crime scene, and then reviewing the video footage of the crime, what did you do at that point?
At that point, I left, came here to the Barrow County Courthouse, and secured 4 warrants for the arrest of Colin Gray.
Okay. And what were those warrants for?
Felony murder.
Okay. Did you do a follow-up interview with Colin Gray later?
Yes, sir.
And where was that interview located at?
That was done at our Criminal Investigations Division at 233 East Broad Street.
Okay. Is he now in different clothing than when you saw him before?
Yes, sir.
And what is he wearing now?
Now he is wearing a gray and white striped jumpsuit, which would be indicative of someone who had been booked into a county jail.
Okay. At this point, had y'all gotten hold of a cell phone that belonged to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by y'all, I mean law enforcement?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Did you ask him for the passcode for that cell phone?
I did.
And did he provide it to you?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. And did you provide that information to other investigators?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. At this point, did you notice anything about his physical wellness? I guess the best way to put it.
During this interview, I noticed that he had, I believe it was 4 horizontal lacerations that had healed on his left arm.
Okay. Did he say where he got these from or where it came from?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you Smart State Exhibit 184.
I'm gonna, I mean, he didn't give an answer,
That's
but the answer would be hearsay. So it's the same that he said.
Actually, you can recognize what that is.
Yes, sir. That is the suspect's upper left arm.
Okay. And did you take that picture?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did they accurately reflect the condition of his arm at that time?
Yes, sir.
This time I intend to take exhibit number 184 into evidence.
No objection. All right, 184 is admitted.
Okay. Does that pretty much sum up your September 4th, 2024?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. I want to move forward to September 5th, 2024, the next day. Did you meet with Kelsey Ward with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did she brief you on an interview she had had with Colin Gray from the previous day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you also briefed on an interview with Marcy Gray done by the GBI that previous day? Okay. What did you do at that point? Did you go somewhere?
Yes, we actually went to a forensic interview located at the treehouse, which is approximately 500 feet behind our building.
Okay. And what is the treehouse basically?
The treehouse is a child advocacy center here in Barrow, and they have forensic interviewers on staff that can interview children in a kind of a neutral, non-leading manner.
Okay. Have you been there before with children in cases you were working?
Yes, sir, many times.
Okay. When law enforcement goes, do you go into the interview with the child?
Not into the interview. We view the interview from an adjacent room on a CCTV.
Okay. And are you able to see what's happening in the room and hear what's happening in the room in real time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
I did.
Okay. Did you talk with Jenny Gray before she went in there, or did you introduce yourself to her at all, or are you just kind of in the background?
No, I would have gone straight in and spoken with the staff at the treehouse.
Okay. Do you know who it was that brought Jenny Gray to the treehouse?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
That was Colin Gray.
Okay. Did you interact with Colin Gray at all at the treehouse?
I did after Jenny's forensic interview, yes.
Okay. And what happened in that interaction with him?
I asked Colin Gray if he would accompany me back to the Criminal Investigations Division to conduct a follow-up interview.
And did he agree to do that?
He did.
Okay. And was that voluntary?
It was.
Okay. Where was this interview? Where did it take place?
So it took place in an interview room within the Criminal Investigations Division. It's an audio and video recorded environment and it has soundproof walls. And there's a couple of chairs and a desk.
Okay. And who was in the interview with you, with him?
Myself and Colin Gray.
Was there anyone else in there?
Not inside that room. There were other individuals that were viewing the interview from another room at CID on a closed circuit television.
So kind of like the same concept as at the treehouse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Okay. And did he do that voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Did you give him any hope of benefit for speaking with you?
No, sir.
Did you give him any sort of fear of injury if he did not?
No, sir.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, I would play the interview, but like I said earlier, the interview was 2.5 hours long. And it'd probably be better if we played it through instead of playing some today and some tomorrow.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to start a 2.5 hour interview right now. For continuity's sake, it may benefit you to hear it all in one piece rather than part today and part tomorrow. So we're going to go ahead and recess for the day, enjoy an early evening. Continue to refrain from doing any research about the case, looking up anything about it, stay off social media, stay away from the news. Have a good evening, see you in the morning.
Thank you.
take notebooks and needing some time to go through any objections. What day are we talking about for that?
It should be tomorrow, but a lot of that depends on how long Investigator Smith takes. I assume we'll start tomorrow, though. We may not finish.
Okay. Have y'all gone through them? Are we able to take up any of that presently?
No, we've gone through part of Colin's, we've gone through all of Marcy's. Colin had 3 though.
And
were there other ones besides those 2 parties?
and there was Colts and
Colts.
Jenny's, but I think to expedite it, I'm
Jenny's
going
fast.
to, right now, I have the exact text messages that we're introducing, we've been kind of cut down.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
And the exact website searches that I can give them today and talk through, what other stuff we plan on getting into, so they know what, if anything to object to.
How much time do you think we need to sort through objections and the rulings? Just trying to avoid dead time
that's
if
good.
I mean, just for most of the text messages that are not with the defendant have already been introduced through other parties, and we may reference them here, but I think the majority of the messages are with the defendant, so I don't think there will be much objection to that. There are searches of the defendants, there are phone call logs, Marcy's searches that we've already gotten into with her, and then Ms. Gilliland is also going to go, or Investigator Gilliland is also going to go through some of the financial records that we just introduced through Investigator Pyatt. So a lot of it, I think, is not, I'm not the defense, but I don't anticipate there being a large number of objections, so, but I won't speak for them.
And I realize they don't know exactly what all we're talking about necessarily. Do you think a 30-minute delay is sufficient? Like if I told the jury
9:30?
meet at 9 so that we would start court at 9:30?
I think that should be fine. Like I said, I can talk through with them.
I mean, just the thing's 2.5 hours, but he'll probably go through lunch till lunch, don't you think?
I think so too.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do it, give him a long lunch
After,
I don't know that long lunch benefits them a whole lot.
because he can't go anywhere.
No.
Yeah.
yeah, I think,
I think 30 minutes in the morning will be fine, and then if there's anything that we do need to take up, we can also take up at lunch, unless you want longer.
no, I was gonna suggest it might be better for the jurors, because I do anticipate, Investigator Smith did quite a lot on this case. So his cross may be a bit longer if it's a 2.5-hour video. Plus the rest of the direct, that kind of gets us closer to lunch, meaning the cross is gonna go into the afternoon. It might be better, the juror might like to get out early as opposed to coming in later, I guess is what I'm getting at. Now, it depends on how much stuff they're going to give us. And I think after today, there's gonna be some text messages from Jenny that we're gonna wanna try and get into, but we have to discuss that after.
Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna go ahead and tell the jury, instead of meeting at 8:30, meet at 9. So y'all are meeting 30 minutes later. We're gonna start court at 9:30 is the plan as far as the jurors go. So have them meet at 9. We'll meet at 9 o'clock, understanding the jurors will probably be here at 9:30. Y'all can spend a little time this afternoon, maybe get through some of it.
Right.
And then we'll just go from there. But that'll at least give us some lead time to work through it. Maybe all of it. maybe
Sure.
not, but- Okay? So, have them meet at 9, Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Can y'all start this tomorrow?
No, I'm gonna get it tonight,
Okay.
unless they have a ton of stuff and keep us here all night.
Okay.
It sounds like they don't, but who knows after today.
All right. Anything else for us to do for officially? I realize y'all have to talk and look at things.
No,
Okay.
No,
All
sir.
right. We'll adjourn. We'll start at 9, work through any objections. Start the trial at 9:30.